morning. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good morning. Good afternoon to everyone. If you're signing in from Midwest, maybe East Coast, we are in San Diego. Come on in. Just driving down the I-8. Hardly any traffic. Come on in. We got a drive, a discussion. For some reason, I can't get my Starlink hooked in right this second, so hopefully we don't have any issues with the service. But we're giving it our best shot. Good morning. Come on in, everybody. I'm just getting out of the city. We're going to be heading back to Tucson, Arizona. A lot of people don't know the nickname of Tucson is actually called the Old Pueblo. The Old Pueblo is Tucson. People have been living there for 4,000 years. But just leaving the San Diego area, and it is beautiful out here. Just lush, green. We were right by. We went to the beach. We got our toes in the sand, but I hope everyone is also having a good weekend, even if it's just relaxing at home. Some weekends are like that, just relaxing. After watching the CrimeCon streams yesterday, I'm feeling hungover. Man, those were fun. Those were fun to watch. Shout out to JLR, Alex the Trooper, and Ted. Just having a great time out there. Sorry I missed him this trip. Well, come on in. We're going to have a discussion about Nancy Guthrie case. Just look at the beautiful scenery as we drive through California here. But come on in. We got 56 likes already. Thank you guys. But yeah, after watching last night's streams at CrimeCon, I was in the chat, chatting it up with everybody, just like you guys. And it was fun to watch. It was entertaining, a little wild. But, you know, what do you expect? You're in Vegas. Some people they put it down in Vegas. Some people are a little more, just taking it all in. But the good thing about it is everybody was safe. Nothing happened. Lots of laughs. I saw lots of laughs. Lots of people having fun. And that's what it's about. Obviously, it wasn't like they were on a crime scene or anything. They were in Vegas enjoying their time as they should be. I'm having a little trouble seeing the chat, but as soon as I get to an area, I will be able to see a little bit of it. So thank you. And Shibby's stream was deleted. Oh my gosh, that sounds like some drama. That sounds like some drama. But we are in the San Diego County area right now on the Interstate 8. Smooth road too. Magnolia Avenue we just passed. Magnolia Avenue. Civic Center Boulevard. And then we are on the Interstate 8 up to go. So come on in, everybody. We got a nice ride today. No traffic. right? Sunday, everyone's just chilling at home, hopefully. So there's not a lot of traffic out here. It's a perfect time to come into California and come out, I think, on Sundays. Hey, yes, I am having a blast. It was a blast. It was great. We got everything accomplished. The San Diego Zoo. We got to see the elephants, the panda bears. We saw both the panda bears. And now we're just enjoying the ride home with this beautiful scenery. But I wonder why Shibby's stream got deleted. That doesn't make any sense to me. Did he delete it or the YouTube delete it? Man, Shibby's stream, Alex stream, JLR's. So welcome in. We just left the car wash too, so I had so many bugs on my windshield. So we should have a clear picture. We got over 200 in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in today. Enjoy the ride. Hey, Kathleen. Kathleen is in the chat. See who else is in there. Safe travels. Thank you, thank you. I don't know. Is court going on right now? I think I got court going on. I got to check the time. What time did court end? How was court? How was court? Christina, hello, Christina. Safe travels. I can't see who said that. Barb? Thank you, thank you. Look at these houses on the hill. Beautiful houses on the hill. Cannot deny the beauty of California, the rolling hills with all kinds of just unique plants and trees, and I mean it's so tropical. I didn't see any nodders. I mean, I know they're around. Trust me, I didn't go looking for them, but I did not see anybody. Fentanyl, these kinds of things. I didn't see any nodders out there at all. I know I could have driven and seen them, but where I was at, it was. The whole time, even driving around San Diego must be a little bit more. It's still going for court. Wow. Still going. So we are just passing Los Cochos Road. We got some videos I'm going to be playing here in a little bit. But let me know, did you guys watch the CrimeCon? DGL was there. I was trying to make sense of it. He was with his uncle, I think. Alex, shout out to Alex. He got into the meeting last night with Chris McDonough and his wife Karen. Beautiful couple, nice couple, and they always do their shows on the interview room. Shout out to the interview room, keeping the awareness going for lots of cases, but they have the expertise with Chris McDonough and his past. And Alex was able to ask a question to Chris McDonough at this little small group kind of meetup they did. But I never heard a question. I don't know what it was about. If it was Nancy Guthrie related, but let me know. Shout out to the Wolfpack. The Wolfpack went to Vegas. I was bummed I couldn't go, but I had plans months ahead of time, and the universe just didn't align for it. But I plan next year to head out to CrimeCon and hopefully meet a lot of people. Everyone's just so cool, and get to see their channels. And so we will, hopefully, I think someone said it's in Orlando, Florida. So welcome in next trip. So next trip they go, I will go for sure. Through this tragedy of the Nancy Guthrie case, Nancy has brought friends together, people that never would have met, would have never known each other if. And so there is something that we're in this for Nancy. We're here to bring this awareness for all cases too. If there's another case, we'll be there. And the good thing about the internet is you have lots of places to watch. So if we're back, let me know. I'm going to stop up here in a bit as soon as we get out of this area and turn the Starlink on. I just don't understand why it would buffer. We're on the biggest freeway in California. There should be no buffering on the freeways. I will get the Starlink up as soon as I stop up here. But if it does buffer, we are on the 5G right now. Just doesn't make sense. So back to the CrimeCon. Yeah, so Alex, I'll just do a recap of what I saw. I was poking in and out. I'd go to the beach, come back, take a little break, and then I'd get in the chat room and go chat. And it was fun, just to see everyone out there. I think there was a Dolly Vision spotting in Vegas as well. But we are in San Diego. This is why I wasn't able to go to the CrimeCon, because I had to plan this months ahead of time to come out and get a break here in San Diego. I've been wanting to see the beach. I think it's been a couple of years. I did post a couple photos from on the Facebook. But let me give a big shout out to one of my best friends in the world. It is his birthday today. If you're listening, I don't know if you're listening, but I will clip this later. Happy birthday to my best friend in the world, Joey M. Shout out to Joey, everyone. Happy birthday, Joey. And also, my mom's not here with us, but this is also my mother's birthday. And so really just kind of going through that. But thank you guys for tuning in. We are in a little city called Alpine, California. I guess it's Alpine. Almost to El Centro. So a little recap of the CrimeCon, what I saw from the Wolf Pack is they left from Tucson. It's a nice ride. It's about a 6-hour ride, I think. 6-7 hour ride. Maybe even 8 hours. I don't know. Just check that out. I think it's 6-7 hours from Tucson. They left from Tucson. Drove. Got there. Now, I didn't see a lot. So you guys, all I saw was a bunch of people having fun. I saw a lot of people getting mad, this and that. The good thing about it is nothing bad happened. Just like normal, nothing. Nobody got arrested. Nobody got in trouble. I think there were some trolls that maybe called the bar. Ted was gonna go ride a one of those mechanical bulls. I have a feeling a troll called the restaurant or something. That's just what I think could have happened. We're at elevation 1,000 feet now. Happy birthday, Joey. Nick, remind your brother Nick to send Joey a happy birthday. Nick knows Joey. So welcome in anyone coming to the chat. We are at 177 likes. Thanks for super chatting it up, super stickers, helping out the stream. So back to the CrimeCon thing. As I was watching yesterday, as I said, I was in all the chats. Obviously, JLR is a little bit harder because it goes so fast. There's so many people fast. Everyone's chatting. So I was hanging out in Alex's chat and Shibby, and pull over up here and see if I can troubleshoot it. 13 miles we're going to pull over, so thank you for your patience. All right, so back to the stream. Let me know if we hit a little buffering. I'm 13 miles, so just patient with me, guys. Patience. In 13 miles, I'm going to stop up here and switch it over to Starlink. We're on a road trip. So back to the CrimeCon, what I saw yesterday. Well, let's back up a little bit. Is I think JLR was in the CrimeCon area. He wasn't going to go in. I don't think he bought tickets. He was just planning on meeting some people, hanging out, chatting it up, shaking hands. And they were just chilling. Ted was obviously enjoying himself. He might have been a little happy. This bud, I think, complained. We don't know who. I never heard, what the reason was. They actually made JL and the Wolf Pack leave, but they did have to leave the CrimeCon conference area. So they picked up and left there. And then I did see Ted dunk his head in the water fountain. That was epic. It was funny. I mean, obviously in Vegas, people let loose. I know a lot of people, they go to Vegas and they let loose a little bit, And then Ted, everybody was sticking together, making sure no one did anything too, risky. But nothing happened. They had a good time. I was watching up until the late night. It's probably 10:30. And then Alex signed off after meeting with Chris. But I am still waiting to find out what question Alex asked. So hopefully he will come on and bring that. But shout out everyone. We are in. Yeah, some people, have opinions about certain people, and that's definitely, it's entitled. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, and that's why there's so many people to watch. You know, um, and a learning experience. It's a learning experience. Being on YouTube and doing these YouTube streams, you learn the hard way sometimes. You learn the hard way, and it happens to the best of us. But the main thing is staying united. I know we can sit here and people bash people and bash me, trolls, and they bash Jeff. But you know what? We're all people inside, right? We're all trying to do the best we can. And if you don't like them, don't like me, you just click to the. I mean, there's millions of channels going on, millions. But shout out to Exploring with Jim. Get Nick ARPG or RPG. Lots of them. Pretty Little Clues. You remember she was on the stream. Lots of people. Now I'm hoping to get a list of like all the people who went to CrimeCon. I'm hoping to get a list because it would be interesting. There's a lot of them I don't even know about. But how about we do a little thing? If there's any channels that you follow that went to CrimeCon, or maybe you're at CrimeCon, and you saw some cool channels, share them in the chat, and just build the network of people. We are going over a nice bridge. Woo! Way up here. We are way up here. So thank you guys for tuning in today. We're just doing a little scenic drive today. We're going to discuss some Nancy Guthrie topics as far as different videos I have saved to play. Now, if it does buffer, hey, Jammer, safe travels. Yeah, this is the I-8 freeway, actually. I-8. So we just left San Diego. I heard Brian Hinton was in at the CrimeCon, News Nation. I saw a couple News Nation, so we'll pull up some of those. And Adrian, thank you. Starting us off with the first super chat of the day, Adrian. Again, always support. Thank you, Adrian. And everybody hitting the like, just tuning in. Hope everyone, Sunday. Lots of love from Scotland. Lots of love back to Scotland. So yeah, there was, as I'm hoping Alex will clip that part. And thank you again, Adrian. Clip that part when he was talking with Chris McDonough, because the volume was a little rough. I couldn't really hear, but I'm hoping that he can clean that up. Just clip it, amplify the volume, and maybe we can he can post that, and we can listen to, see what that. It was interesting to hear what they were talking about. And the way that happened is it sounded like CrimeCon happened, and then Chris McDonough and his wife decided to have a we're back. So that's an overheating thing, which how do we? That makes no sense. Guess the phone got a little hot with the charger. I was charging the phone. That was not a buffering issue. That was the phone. Um, that was overheating. I had the phone charging and I didn't have the air on right on the phone. Nice day for a Sunday drive. So we had a little overheating issue there. Mary, stop. Mary, take a deep breath, Mary. We're all in this together. I know it's easy to tear people down, but let's try to build people up. Let's try to build people up, help people. Welcome in. I missed a super chat, it looks like. Thank you, whoever sent that. I appreciate it. I just left California. You will never guess what I just paid for 10 gallons of gas. Let's see, how much would 10 gallons of gas cost me? I filled it up. I was about half tank, so I just said, you know what, I'm going to fill it up so I don't have to stop. Um, how much do you think 10 gallons of gas just cost me in San Diego County? Close, Jessica, close. Terry, close. $75. It was $7.50 a gallon. I just at the All right, thumbs up if we got sound. Looks like we got a clear picture. Apologize for any of this buffering. Happy Sunday from Florida. Barbie, thank you. And that's the thing is I can remember someone said Ted's humor, and you know Ted's a true crimer. If you go to Ted's channel, he's been doing it now. Obviously, it's a little bit different circumstances when you're on JLR's channel, and there's 8,000 people, and they're not covering true crime at that moment. They're actually out just enjoying themselves. And some people, I know people, everybody in their life has had probably a couple times when they, they just they let it out. They had fun. They jumped, you know, jumped on some bulls, so to speak, right? And life goes on. But these guys are serious about what they're covering. It might not be on the same level as Jennifer Coffin Daffer, right? Because Ted wasn't in the FBI. JLR isn't in the FBI. These people, so every channel has their own way of doing things, so to speak. So I know a lot of people, I was seeing it in the chat, but let's try to give some grace, everybody. All right, I know it's really easy to go and type, some nasty thing about what you think, but just put it in perspective and understand, Ted's an adult. Everybody's an adult. Alex, JL, everybody, DGL, and we all don't, it hurts when people attack you, right? Even though maybe some people feel like they deserve to be attacked. So all I'm asking today, everybody, is let's try to tone it down on the attacks of people. Okay? If you don't like what someone's doing, just go somewhere else. But it hurts when I see people attacking it, Ted, because I know that feeling. I had to go through the same kind of stuff. And, he doesn't deserve it. He took time out of his life. He could have been doing other things to go and be on JLR stream knowing there's going to be, 8,000 people watching. And, I didn't see anything that would warrant the evil out of the mountains. So if it does buffer anything like that, my Starlink was not connecting. So I'm gonna have to troubleshoot that. But give me a thumbs up if we're back. Give me a thumbs up. Back. All right. Right on. Right on. So welcome in, everybody. I didn't shave, so look at I got a full beard going almost. Hey, Kathleen. Looks like we got Buckeye. Welcome. Yeah, he was, and that's the thing is I remember. I think it was my 21st birthday. No, was it? Yeah, 21st birthday, and I was, and it was I was in Vegas, and I remember I was just like that. I was high fiving people down the street, laughing, enjoying I never forgot that day. You know how many times you go to Vegas, you remember those trips, right? And so, life can be stressful, and so going to on vacation, some vacations are like party vacations, right? You're hitting the. But I saw him having a good time, laughing, lots of laughs, but I saw lots of negativity in the chat, and here's where you put it in perspective. JLR's channel covers a lot of things, right? Before Nancy Guthrie's case, he was going all over. I just, know I saw him at his house doing breaking news stories. During the day he'd go on, do an hour, do 2 hours, and then when he came out to Tucson, the streams got longer, and so now he has a thing where he does 12-hour streams, and it's not necessarily all about breaking news, right? Because it becomes more of entertainment, right? Just like this channel right now, I'm covering all kinds of crime cases. Holly Dasso, Nancy, other cases. If you go to my Facebook, I just shared this morning. So, but then there's certain streams that might be a little more entertainment geared, right? It's just so it's gonna be a little We are through the mountains. We are back out of the mountains. Keep losing them. Now here's what I don't understand. How can we get a feed from the moon or some satellite a billion miles away and we can't get service in the mountain? I mean, it just seems like the technology is there that nobody should ever be buffering ever again. I mean, it just does not. Yay, sound, we're back. Good. All right, let's get back to the talk. Be more comfortable. Hey, Stacy, welcome in. Welcome in. Alicia, thank you for joining. Great mod over on Alex's channel. Thank you for joining, becoming a member. Appreciate all the support. Holy moly, Misty. Misty, thank you so much. Shout out to Misty and Michelle. Thank you. Where are we headed? Well, I had to get my toes in the sand and took my daughter to the San Diego Zoo. We got to see pandas, giraffes, koala bears, elephants, penguins, flamingos. We saw lots of flamingos, raccoons, leopards, lots of bugs. There's even it was amazing. If you ever get a chance, go take a trip to the San Diego Zoo. And thank you so much, Misty. Holy moly. I appreciate the support. And as we were talking, if you just got here, Misty actually had a good comment yesterday, I remember, in one of the chat rooms. She said, everybody goes and has, I'm not paraphrasing what she said, but everyone goes and has a good time, and I'm sure everyone's had a time in their life where, you just let loose and give people a break. And that's what I started this stream off with was, let everybody has feelings, heart. We're all human, right? To see the attacks that are going on YouTube, I can see having an opinion and just, hey, I don't like that, I don't like this, and move on. But these people are attacking with vicious attacks, saying nasty things. They don't even know the person, and it makes no difference if they do or not. JLR's channel is going for 12 hours straight, okay? They're in Las Vegas. It's entertaining people too, right? It's not always have to be Mr. Serious True Crime. Sometimes everybody deserves to have a little fun, and nobody needs to get beat up for it. Nobody got thrown in jail, but then we wake up to people making videos about, how horrible it. The whole point is, if you don't want to watch it, don't watch it, and go to a different channel. There's so many great channels out there. Yesterday, actually, Pretty Little Clues, Justine, she comes into the chat all the time. She was doing true crime trivia. You could have went over to her channel and had a trivia contest about true crime. So everybody put things in perspective. Give people a break, all right? I mean, come on. It hurts when people are constantly attacking you. Trust me on that. It's not fun. Give Ted a break. Pretty little clue. Oh, there she is. She's in the chat. See, she was doing trivia yesterday. Maybe she didn't enjoy it. I don't know if she did. I'm just saying. Hey, I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna go watch this. If you're watching JLR's, Alex's, sometimes it's real serious stuff, right? Sometimes they're taking calls. Same thing with me. This trip, hey, I didn't really stream on the beach or anything like that, but we're streaming in the car. And it's a little different, right? I've never done a trip to California on the live stream, so we're all trying to bring content that's exciting, bring people together. That's the whole point. We're not here to tear people down. And a big thank you again, Misty and her sister Michelle. She and her sister have been bringing people up with positivity in all the chats, helping with super stickers, chats. That's what it takes. It takes leaders. And that comment that she made yesterday said, you know what, if you don't like it, go somewhere else. Everybody's had their time in Vegas, and they can choose how they want to act. No one got in trouble. No one. So, and thank you, Alicia, for joining the membership. Today is your granddaughter's birthday, 11 years old. Happy birthday to your granddaughter. Let's put some birthday hats in the chat for my best friend Joey. If he's listening, it's his birthday. My daughter's birthday was a couple days ago. So shout out to all the May birthdays in the chat. Oh, and where are we going? We are just leaving San Diego. I'm leaving San Diego. We are heading back to Tucson, Arizona. Yes, she birthday trip to the zoo, can't beat it. Memories of a lifetime. I did post some pictures, not of us or anything like that. I don't want to put that out there, but of where we were at, which is we were staying near. Well, I'll tell you where the beach. We went to Grace Beach. Grace Beach. I thought that was a good name too. Grace Beach. And it was just a little chill beach. As you saw, I posted some photos. The military Navy was coming in the port in the harbor. Happy birthday to all the May birthdays. Happy birthday, and thank you again, Mary, for the super. And happy birthday to your granddaughter. Hopefully you had fun. The time goes fast. It goes fast, so that's why to see all these negative comments and people, I just ask everybody take a deep breath, put it in perspective. These streams, on my stream, JLR's, sometimes it's going to be some serious stuff, right? We're covering the case, breaking news, this, Nancy Guthrie, Holly Gatz, all these different cases. And sometimes we gotta do something a little different. I don't think you know. I'm going to speak for myself, but I work 7 days a week. So just put it in perspective. JLR, if you look, most days he's 7 days a week, just like my channel, 7 days a week. So occasionally you got to go do something different, and it's all an experiment as far as what works and what doesn't, and then you learn, right? You learn, and then you go, look, I'm not going to do that next time. It's all a learning process. So give everybody grace and understanding, right? Don't just throw. I mean, if you don't like someone, just don't watch them, okay? Or if you choose to watch it, understand that you're watching it in the pretenses of you're being entertained. Just like you watch, what was that? Jersey Shore. Remember Jersey Shore? You guys remember when that show went viral? Jersey Shore. I think it was like in the early 2000s. You know, did you guys jump on Jersey Shore and start, emailing him and telling him what a, you guys remember Jersey Shore? Never watched it. Yeah, it's hard to watch for some people. Yeah, there was a deputy involved shooting. I posted that on my Facebook. As you know, if you don't follow my Facebook, get over there as well. There's about 50,000 people that follow on the Facebook. But Jersey Shore, I mean, that was remember Anna Nicole? Remember the Anna Nicole show? I think that was like the first reality show. Sending love, peace, and good vibes. Oh, love it. Gail, thank you. And that's what it's all about, right? I mean, we could go and, I mean, there's people that I want to maybe, I could talk about today that were saying nasty things, about YouTubers and this and that. And I could try to jump on, but what I'm trying to ask people is just to give people grace and a little bit of compassion. Everybody's going through their own stuff, right? And it's none of our business. It's none of our business, everyone. We're at sea level, elevation sea level. It's none of our business. What, unless someone decides to share it. So, if you know the way that lots of YouTube streams and even TikTok, I mean, just think of all the things on TikTok that are questionable, like, but there's people that enjoy watching it, and so, but does anybody know, here's the question of the day, does anybody know the question that Alex asked Chris McDonough? What was the question that Alex asked? Was it about John Bonet? The sand dunes, yep, the sand dunes are right up here. Couldn't tell you. Thank you, Caddy. It was hard watching those comments come through yesterday. I was bouncing in between mainly JLR's chat. I mean, they were letting Ted have it in Alex's chat, but the mods were so great, deleting them. And there's a whole group of people on YouTube that really have it out for JLR. Okay, we're just gonna come it out. I'm gonna come out clean with it. They have it out for him, and anybody that's associated with him, they're gonna try to tear down. So that's why I said, whatever anything has going in anybody's life is their own business. But there is a certain group of people, and I watch their shows too, right? Like not 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 the shows where they trash people, but some of these people are true crimers, and for whatever reason they have it out for JLR, and then anybody who's associated with him, they're going to try to bring down. But we're not falling for it. We're not, you know, the number one thing is we're here to, build our communities up, bring people together, share facts, share speculations. We're not here to, go into people's personal lives and try to be their therapist, right? Everybody, we all are adults, okay? Who trashes who again? There's a I don't know the people personally, but there are people out there. They make they have it out. They want to see things happen negatively towards JLR, and I stand by JLR as a friend. Uh, I don't get into his business. He's not in my business. I'm not in Ted's business. We don't. Everyone, we're just friends, right? And everybody deals with what they got going on in their life, and it doesn't need to be, you know, taken away from what the goodness of what we're all trying to do. Number one, this YouTube thing is a new thing in the world, right? Just recently, within the last, let's say, 5-10 years, did YouTube really start, gaining some traction for small creators. If we ever get sound in, just hit the thumbs up, okay? I don't know what's going on. I can't. We got thumbs up. I gotta see a thumbs up. We're back. We're back. Woo! So guys, I cannot hook to my Starlink. It says it wants a password. I've never set up a password, so I just got to do a little. This trip is going to be all 5G, unfortunately. Kind of frustrated about that. So thank you for your patience. Robert says, "Come on in, breaking news." El Centro, we are in El Centro. Shout out to all the El Centro citizens. Good afternoon to Hiders, Christina, the mods, all the mods, Lorraine, Terry. I know there's a bunch more in there I missed. Tina Marie. But we really want to build people up. That's what this talk was about. I know it's easy to tear people down, but let's try to build people up. If you have an issue with someone, let's try to make it better. Let's make amends, right? Extend the olive branch. You know, let's not add more fuel to the fire. Hello, Angela. This is probably El Centro seems like a farming town. It seems like lots of farms are around El Centro. Where are we going? We are just left San Diego. We just had a little rest and relaxation in San Diego, getting out of Arizona. Been wanting to get to the beach, so we got to the beach, and now we are heading back to Tucson, Arizona. We will be covering the Nancy Guthrie case, as well as other things going on in Tucson. There was an officer involved, pew pew, this morning in Tucson, so I'm waiting to find out more about that. Jane says the shooting on 6900 West Naomi. I think that's the one. So I will be covering that. Now here's what I think is all these people from CrimeCon, they should go straight from CrimeCon to Tucson and come actually see where Nancy was kidnapped from. You know, I think it would help be a good chance to meet some of the people if they come out, and we can really help keep it bringing awareness together. But I think seeing the house, so maybe I'll send an email out to, Chris McDonough and Jen Coffin-Dapper and say, hey, come out to Tucson. I'll show you around. I'll tell you, the best places, and just help them. That's where my knowledge is. is Tucson. I know Tucson like the back of my hand. I can tell you a lot about Tucson. So, if anyone has any questions about Tucson, about pretty much anything, I can try to, or if I don't know the answer, I'll find it for you. Did you hear about the big news, big city dam? No, I did not hear about the news. If anyone has any breaking news, feel free to share it. I have been kind of out of the loop on some of this stuff this weekend. Yesterday, I didn't really catch much of the streams until later when we got back from the zoo. But all right, let me know if the sound is better, worse. I don't know. I'm trying the best I can with this right now with no Starlink right now. Sound is fine. Thank you, Granny B. Hope you're enjoying your day out there in OK. The zoo was amazing. I think my favorite was the koala bears. These keep the koala bears. A little fact about the koala bears is they can't live like in the same tree together. Like so, each koala bear has their own like tree, and they had them all over the zoo. Well, not all over, but and so it was just little cute little koala bear cozied up into a tree. And I did find out that koala bears, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, they sleep 22 hours a day. 22 hours a day. Yeah, the zoo is just amazing. I mean, we saw jaguars, tigers, bears, all kinds of insects too. They had a whole insect, ants. I mean, it is. If you have children in your life, any kind of child, grandchild, it's worth it to go out there and support the zoo too, because they're doing lots of stuff to save species and clone. They're cloning. They have a cloning department, so maybe one day we'll get back the woolly mammoth. Who knows? But today's stream is just a little experiment, saying, "Hey, how would it work if I did a live stream on the freeway? Would people enjoy it?" It's a little bit change of pace, and you can see an area maybe that you'll never go to. Um, yes, Gail, me too. Me too. Both of my parents, everyone, give big hearts for everyone missing a parent. Today is my mom's birthday. If she would have been alive, and so my heart is just kind of a little bit down today because she's not with us anymore. And my mother was my big inspiration in life, my best friend, and so shout out to everyone that's missing somebody today and every day, right? My heart is definitely with you. Tori. Thank you. Thank you, AZ. Thank you. Time is the most precious thing, so just remember that. Time sometimes is all we got. So spending it tearing down people is how I'm going to do it. And I advise other people, it's okay to be critical, every constructive criticism, right? But to sit here and try to tear people's life down because you don't like something or your opinion about something is not, the cancel culture is not cool. And now, so I'm getting a message about the deputy involved shooting. I wasn't able to read it all, but is there a suspect still out there? Is there a suspect? Exactly, pretty little clues. Exactly. So, we are all one people. But I am excited when I get home later. I will check out where the boys are at. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. And see where they're at. I know JLR 12-hour stream yesterday. He's probably tired. I've done those 12-hour streams, and at 12 hours, you literally have a headache. It's so. Hopefully, he's getting his rest. Alex, hopefully, he's getting Ted getting recharged. And it is Vegas, so what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, I guess. Terry, my heart is with you too. It's just never the same. Just put it that way. It's never the same, but we try to move forward just like they would want us to, and be the best we can, right? Be the best. I mean, obviously, not all days are perfect. Some days, but it's a community. It's a family of people that are here on YouTube that lift each other up versus tearing each other down. And so that's where I hope, with all the drama that's been going on the last couple, let's say 2 months, I hope people start to either just let it go and move on. Go focus on positive things, like missing people, helping the families of missing people, families that are victims too. So. Because if you think about this, YouTube this is just the start for people that have just joined the channel, just joined, JLR, Ted's channel. Everybody's learning. Everybody's growing. Everybody wants their channel to, have a place where people can go and be entertained, right? We're not the FBI. We're not NBC News. Most of us are just some Joe Schmoes on the street, that that want to, have a community, build a community, and spend a lot of time with, you know, their passion, right? And so, for instance, we have Pretty Little Clues. She just started her channel. I think she just monetized, and she did something. She was doing a trivia contest, a true crime trivia contest last night. I didn't get a chance to go in because I was in between going to dinner and everything, but I thought, well, that's cool. So everybody is bringing something to the table. Um, that's what it's about. Everybody in their unique abilities of who they are. Not monetized, but still enjoying. Well, you will be soon. You will be soon, and the main thing is you're enjoying it. And the only thing I can do is advice is don't stress. Don't be so hard. Don't be hard on yourself about starting a YouTube channel. Because it can be real easy to beat yourself up. Oh, this isn't right, and I do it all the time, and I'm practicing trying to not do that. So if you have a YouTube, just go for it, and you'll have everybody here on my channel that will support you, and other channels. So keep it up. I'm gonna have to do your true crime trivia next time. And if you got a channel or a friend's channel, share it. Let's put the name at what is it? Pretty Little Clues. Let's somebody put the link. One of the mods put the link to Pretty Little Clues YouTube. Shout out to what was it? Her name, Alicia. Alicia. She was one of the mods in Alex's channel, and she was putting my link. She was putting everybody's links so people could follow along. And if you guys can, I can't do it, but let's put Alex's channel in there. Put Ted's channel into the chat. If you don't want to subscribe or like their channel, then that's fine too. But the main thing is we are all one people. Thank you, Terry. So we are in the middle of the desert, almost to Yuma, Arizona, close to the border of Mexico. Stop and see how much the gas is in Yuma. And we are over 450 likes. Holy, great job, guys. Thanks for hitting the like. The date shake. Yeah. I don't think we're in Arizona yet. I think we still got a couple miles. I'll let you know when we pass over. I think we're still in Cali. Okay, Tina Marie, have a good day. There is nothing out here. This is flat land, though. I mean, it is straight. There's nothing for miles and miles. We are 33 miles from Yuma and 31 miles from Winter Haven. Now, not to jump in, but I did catch the last couple minutes of the NBA game last night. I know there's a couple sports fans in there. I'm not going sports on this channel, guys. We're not doing sports, but I do watch sports occasionally. Not that much anymore, but I like watching the finals. And last night, the San Antonio Spurs defeated the Oklahoma, sorry Granny D, but the Spurs did win, and they will be facing the Knicks in the NBA championship coming up. So shout out, that was a great game. I watched the last couple minutes and went down to the wire almost. In Dateland, I left my purse. You left your purse. I don't think so today. To Nancy's house, I don't think so. Let's go Knicks. Someone says I'm just watching. I just want to see a good basketball game, the finals. Thunder, Bucks. I'm a Suns fan, so we're kind of another year. We didn't make it. Another year. So we're almost to Yuma, everybody. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for tuning in. Next year the Suns will make it. I know it. I just have a feeling. Now, if you do a little research, there's a real famous prison that was in Yuma called the Yuma Territorial Prison, and I want to come back and do a tour with the channel of this prison. Lots of history. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be cheering for the Knicks. It's been so long, so yeah, the Yuma Prison, Territorial Prison, if you want to look that up. See how much gas is going to be in Yuma compared to Cali. I know we did have some Thunder fans in the chat, and I know you guys are bummed, but you guys have won it. a couple times in the past couple of years, so you can't win them all. The movie Yuma. Yeah, this is where a lot of old westerns were filmed back in the 50s and the 60s. John Wayne, he actually had a ranch out here in Arizona, near Maricopa, Arizona, if you want to look up the John Wayne Ranch. And he used to come to Tucson all the time. Tucson used to be actually a celebrity like getaway place because the weather's so perfect in Tucson most of the time. So lots of celebrities would come to Tucson, and when it was in its peak of being the best, as far as best place to visit, lots of celebrities used to come there because they had old Tucson where they filmed a lot of the westerns. What was that movie, 310 to Yuma? Some real popular movies. Now we are getting close to the sand dunes here, right outside of Yuma. The sand dunes. Glamis. Have you guys ever heard of Glamis? Glamis is I guess they do it once a year, and they come out, and it's a big party in these sand dunes. Everybody brings their sand dunes. I've never been. I've had lots of friends go. Sounds cool.
.159 miles. Continue straight.
We are on this road for 159 miles. That's the cool thing about this trip is it's literally just one freeway, I-8, and then you take that right into Tucson, I-10, and then the I-10 into Tucson. The movie Yuma was shot in Old Tucson. Oh, nice. Yeah, lots of movies were shot in Old Tucson. Now, unfortunately, was it about 20 years ago, Old Tucson, it burned down where they shot all those movies, and then they rebuilt it back out now, and hopefully they start shooting movies again out in Arizona because it brought a lot of obvious, what was it? They brought a lot of business to Tucson. So let's hope they do bring it back. Twenty miles to Yuma. 20 miles to Yuma. Now this is the cool area right here. Check this out. Right here, this is the sand dunes. So all of thumbs up if we got sound. Sound back, good. Good. We did just pass a highway patrol too, and luckily we got it locked in on the speed, cruise control. Yes, Kathleen, very blessed. This car is definitely handling nice, comfy, very nice for the road. And that's what it's about, is you got to have a safe ride, also reliable. So I'm thankful. We have named the vehicle Sandy. We have named her Sandy. I don't normally name vehicles, but my sister said you need to name your vehicle, so my daughter came up with the name Sandy, and so we're going with it. Now there is someone on the freeway, walking on the freeway to the right. Look, walking on the freeway right now. Look at this. Holy, it's like out of a movie. Not a place you want to be walking in the middle of the sand dunes. Hey, welcome in. I didn't see him hitchhiking. I did not see him. He did not have his finger up, thumb up. Oh, maybe he's meeting this guy. Oh, there was another one up there that was walking, and the guy had him pulled over. That was an officer. That was an officer that was pulled over, talking to somebody else that was walking on the road. This must be an area, for whatever reason. It's one of the unique areas in America where it's patrolled. Speed is patrolled by aircraft. They have aircraft up there clocking speed. I don't know if it's up right now, but it said speed controlled by aircraft, or speed, not exactly what it said, but Sandy, isn't that a great name? I thought it was too. I almost said Snoopy, and then we agreed Sandy sounds better, so we went with Sandy. Yeah, you gotta have. Well, you don't got to, but it's a good idea to have AAA. It's not that expensive. It's $50 a year, and you get 5 free tows. If you pay $65, you get your 5 free tows, but they will tow it 99 miles. So it is great, AAA, and then you also get lots of discounts, things like that. Yes, Shipwreck, welcome in. Oh, I remember in my 20s I had some vehicles that they didn't make it in the summer in Phoenix. I lived in Phoenix at that time, and I remember getting broken down on the freeway. It was 110 degrees, numerous times. So they definitely have saved me. Dead batteries, these kinds of things. All right, we are going to see how many miles we got left, everyone. All right, 253 miles left. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. Make the journey go faster. So we're entering Arizona now. We are leaving. Going back to Zona. But as far as I know, nothing new has broken in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. No, obviously no updates. It's just more silence. And then so let's I'm curious what you guys think based on where we're at. Let's just say, do you guys think this case will be solved this year in 2026 or after? So put before 2026 or after 2026. Do you think we'll get a break in the case this year? Or is it just going to keep going on like a lot of these cases, years and years? I mean, you would think how many FBI and investigators and people have been following the case as far as different, I heard Savannah spent $500,000 on, it's unconfirmed though, we don't know if that's true. Brian Inton said, I have not been able to confirm that she spent that $500,000, even though it was reported. So it would be nice if there was maybe a confirmation that she did spend $500,000. Who did she spend it with? Is it still going? Did it end? Is the job done with the private investor? but he did report that somebody else reported that she spent $500,000 on private investigators. But you know, we haven't seen anybody, private investigators at Nancy's house that I could be certain were investigators. I'd say last month of the year. Yeah, that would be. I'm gonna fill up the gas tank anytime here in Yuma. The old double billboards. You guys remember we passed those? Stacking. They're stacking the billboards. Yuma Territorial Prison Museum. That's where I want to go. Rafi. These billboards are working. What kind of weather are you guys having in your neck of the woods today? Are you guys getting sunny skies, perfect weather, rainy? I can't even see one cloud in the sky.
Use the left lane to merge onto I-8 East.
Chill. That thing is loud. All right, we are in the town of Yuma now, everybody. We are going to stop and get some gas. See how much the gas is here. There it is. Yuma welcomes you. Open for business. Yuma is open for business. I'm going to hit up this Circle K. shots are taken. Thomas, yeah, I remember seeing that construction, that white Tesla in the construction zone as well. That is the jail. Oh yeah, look at this. The jail. Look, nice. Whoever told me that, let me see who told me that. Who said that? AZ Cookie. Thank you. Look, booking. There it is. Alright, we got a spot that opened up. But I gotta turn the car around. This is when somebody snakes it. Alright guys, I'm gonna get some gas and then we're gonna hit the road. Thank you for tuning in and your patience. Enjoy the day. Chat it up with the others. Be right back.
Get out of this parking lot. This thing is a zoo here. It's a zoo. Can't even move. There's just cars everywhere trying to back in and get gas. It's crazy. Crazy gas station.
Gas station?
Yeah, just Circle K.
That's crazy.
Okay, gas station. They're almost to Area 51. Nice. I heard they were going there. I heard they were going there. All right, guys. Thanks for your patience. We're going to get a little bite to eat here through the drive-thru. One second. Be right back. Thank you, Adrian. Very safe. Very safe. Ford Maverick. Hold on. We're almost back on the road. Thank you, guys. Shout out to everyone. JLR, they're almost to Area 51. Back on the road again. We're back on the road again. Here we go. Oh, shake, cheeseburger, dang it.
What?
People wanted a shake and a cheeseburger. We'll do those at the next stops, maybe tomorrow. What kind of music do you guys listen to? What is your favorite? I know a lot of people, so many different types of music out there. What are your...
Starting Route 2 Tucson.
Here we go.
Use the right lane to merge onto I-8 East.
Okay. Metallica, nice. Very nice.
Turn right.
All right, we are back on it. Yeah, I listen to all kinds. Trance. I mean, there's just so many anything with a beat, I pretty much like. I don't like death metal. I'm not a big death metal
For
fan.
about 237 miles, continue straight.
That's the only thing I could think that I don't really like. That's pretty much it. Let's just call that death metal. I'm not really a big fan of. But this is a great town if you ever want to come and just buy. You know, if you're looking to a place to move, Yuma is actually a little bit cool little area. You can get cheaper housing here, and there's lots of opportunity for businesses to grow here because lots of people are moving to Yuma. Their motto right now is Yuma, we're open for business. All right, we are in Arizona. Welcome to Arizona, the Grand Canyon State. It is official. We have crossed over into Arizona now. Yeah, shipwrecks. The Grand Canyon is an amazing place. That's on the bucket list for YouTube as well. Do a stream from the Grand Canyon. Hey, Gene, welcome back. Hey, Kookie, thank you for coming in. And thanks for your help. I have not heard anything on the deputy-involved shooting. Except I did share an article, excuse me, this morning, but they have not released any details regarding that. I know Christina did put a link in the Discord, but if you go to my Facebook, you can see if anyone has heard anything more about that. So a lot of people do not understand how many criminals actually reside in Tucson. Per capita, we're in the top 8% of violent crime, top 8 to 10% of violent crime per capita. A lot of people will say, oh, it's worse in this city, it's worse here. You guys forget there's only about 400,000 or 500,000 people in the city of Tucson. And it's this bad. We're not talking like California, Los Angeles, they got million plus. So Tucson doesn't have that many people, and it's in the top percentage of all cities for violent crime. So when you go to think about what happened to Nancy Guthrie, it's not far-fetched that this that this could be a local group connected to this crime wave that we have going all across America. But there's also escalation. It could be, like I always say, I'm like 50% burglary gone wrong, 50% ransom revenge. Those are my two. So that's pretty much simple. 50%. I think this was a burglary gone wrong at Nancy's. They took the body because it's nobody, and they can't find out what happened to her. Right? Nobody, nobody homicide, as they call it. If they would have left the body, then it would automatically change the case. Right? There's more information that they can get off the body. So my humble opinion is it's either revenge ransom or burglary gone wrong. Cloudy skies. What state is that? Where do you got cloudy skies? Okay. Sounds good. All right, what does that say? Nick says new video helping a citizen get her SUV. Shout out to Nick. Nick helping the people on the road. That's awesome. Keep it up, Nick. I talked to your mom, Nick, yesterday, and she said she's really proud of you. Or no, it wasn't yesterday. It was Thursday. I think I talked to her. Thursday or Friday. And I know your brother's proud of you too, Nick. Keep it up. We're behind you. We are leaving Yuma now. Next big area we should be is Gila Bend. For anyone curious how much gas was there, it was right around $5 for unleaded. Right around 5. It's a bargain, yeah. It's a bargain here in Arizona compared to Cali. Okay, Gene, we'll be here. We got another couple hours still to go, so we'll be here. We just passed over 500 likes on the stream. Awesome. Thank you guys for hitting the like, sharing it out, super chatting it up. Thank you guys supporting the small channels in America and all over the world, right? There's all these big channels. They got millions of people. Always support the small. It's like small business. Support small business. Support small YouTube channels as well. So 160, or no, 226 to Tucson, 165 to Phoenix. So it's a little farther to Tucson, about another hour farther from where we're at. Exactly, Tina, that's what it's about. And I also hope that if there's issues with people, that they can work it out and then become friends again, right? You don't have to make enemies for life. You know, it's not like they physically hurt you or anything like that. I mean, it's okay to choose not to talk to someone or whatever, but it's also a good feeling if you can, forgive someone if they said something, and it's just a good feeling. So I always say, if there's any way you can help, reach the olive branch, as Mom would say, reach out to the olive branch, or reach out with it's the saying, like, reach out and try to, like, resolve things, right? And so that's where the peace of mind comes in, when hey, I did everything I could to try to make it better, instead of just piling. Thumbs up for good service, thumbs down for none. Thumbs up. Do we have any thumbs up in the chat? We got through the mountains. Oh, I see a thumbs up from Gail 231. Welcome in 231. Thank you guys. We are through the mountains now. We're through the mountains. Come on back in. We should not have any more issues. We are through all the mountains that I'm aware of. Very nice. What I was saying when it cut out is extending the olive branch. You know, there's been drama going around trying to extend the olive branch to people. Try to, some people you'll never able to, but if you can, if there was an incident that happened, you know, just try to let it go. Take it with a grain of salt, and just try to have everything get along. Don't take things personal if you can help it. Some people, they can't help it. They take things, and I don't blame them either. Some people, it's just how it is. Everyone, there's certain things they take personal, but if there's a way to just, you know, let it go, it's not that serious. It's not a great feeling when you have people attacking you, or when you're in a verbal dispute with somebody that never gets resolved. So I'm always trying to help put the positive message out and point the way, right? Point the way for other people to look at, possibly not getting so upset, maybe not making such a big deal of things, and just letting people be who they are. As long as they're not attacking you, you know, physically abusive, then just let it go. If you don't, that's the only thing I'm hoping, is that there'll be less of the drama in the future. Less drama is always good. Exactly, and that's what happens a lot of times. People take things very seriously, and then it affects the channels too, right? The channel owners, and so, you know, I always tell everybody, think about how many different people are in the world, in the United States. There's different cultures, there's different things. People are going through their own things in their life, and try to not take it personal, where we got to ban people. There's no reason. I think hopefully people can start to understand how that reverberates. When you ban somebody, well, now they go over to another channel, and then they start talking crap, and then it's just this whole motion of negative energy, right? When you ban one person. So no matter who it is, everybody we give chances. There are some people that really have it on their mind to come in and never say anything positive. They're trying to rock the boat, and they deserve to be banned because they're trying to instigate. But we got to have a little bit of grace with people having their own opinions and not taking it personal. All right, we are going to jump into a new video. This is from the Monks Intrigue. The Monks Intrigue came out with a new video. We're going to listen to a little teaser of this. It's titled, "Why Tommaso is a Great Manifester." for Annie. The search for Nancy Guthrie. So this is Monk's Intrigue. I'm going to pop this on while we're cruising down the road and let you guys listen to for a minute. All right, here it is. You've watched it. Okay, Thomas. Well, it's a quick one.
Reddish orange flowers, and they are actually the blossoms of pomegranate. This is a pomegranate tree, and as you can see,
Monk's Intrigue, everyone. If one of the mods could put a link to his page so we can help spread his channel as well. He's been doing this. So we're going to, interesting that he brings Tommaso's name up just because it's such a sensitive subject. If you talk about Annie or Tommaso, there's literally people that get upset because, oh, it's not the family. No one's blaming the family. So it's interesting he does talk about Tommaso and Annie in this video. And I'm going to just let this play out.
from the property line, which is this wall, this actually belongs to my neighbor. But if the fruits bear on my side, it will bear into my mouth. So I got this comment from Nan, and she is essentially saying that she is not a fan of my truck. And all I can say is that I wear it because on many occasions I wake up and my hair is very offensive, and I do not want to expose you guys to that side of me. So
Oh, Monk, he's funny too. He's just real genuine guy. That's why I like this guy. You can I've never met him, but you can tell he's just a genuine, cool guy, but smart. Shout out Monk. Monk's Intrigue.
we're happy. Now today the hair is not as offensive, so for you, Nan, I will do this because you did share with me a piece of important information. She schooled me to the fact that Tommaso's last name is not Cioni, but is actually pronounced Chioni. Now, I quickly Googled this so as not to be punked by Nan, and it really turns out that she was not kidding. Google was even more strict with the pronunciation and just straight say Choni, but I'm not going to call him Choni. I am not there yet. Well, all I'll say is this to Nan Wilder and all my Italian friends out there who have bit their tongues this long. I will now pronounce his name, Chioni. Here and forever. Speaking of Tommaso, Chioni. I really wasn't going to do another poem from him or Annie, but there is an honorable mention that I was working on, and it just kept growing. It was supposed to be a members-only kind of deciphering of this poem, but it became more and more something I felt I needed to share with everybody. So this one started to intrigue me just by the date that it was written, okay, from which it is 2008 in Tucson, Arizona, which should give us like an early idea of what he was feeling early on in his move from Italy to the U.S. And if I'm reading it right, of course, it's actually a very melancholy depiction of his first 2 years in America. And Tommaso did say it himself that he moved to Tucson, Arizona in 2006. Now, it could also be interpreted that it was Tucson and maybe he moved to America before that, but I really do think he's in America starting in 2006, and that would make him 31 years old. And I would say 2 years, right, in a foreign land isn't really much time to acclimate to this brand new culture, right? An entirely different way of living. And something like that has to be extremely difficult. It appears to me that seems to be the sentiment of the poem that we're going to go over today, right? I'd love to hear what you guys think. So this poem is titled Se el Anticipo, which Google translates to if the advance or if the down payment. Now, sure, a lot of your eyebrows may be perked up just a little bit hearing that. So now, if we're speaking from an American standpoint, I mean, these two translations, whether it's advance, whether it's down payment, it concerns money, right? To us Americans, right? I can't really say.
Okay, everyone. Someone just asked. I'm stopping in for a minute. What are we listening to? Monk's Intrigue. Oh, excuse me. He's got a channel on YouTube, and this is his latest video titled "Why Tommaso is a Great Manifester for Annie." The search for Nancy Guthrie. So this is what we're listening to. Monk's Intrigue.
If that's the same case for Italian. So we'll just have to see where the rest of the poem takes us. So let's go ahead and read If the advance becomes the upfront and the keyboard misses the accent. I feel nearby absences, the missing coffee, the real hugs, the brain, a walnut kernel, a tangle of wires that you will unravel while I am already gone. Wi-Fi. Now, I'll always have to say that this is a translation, okay? There might be translating verbatim, and it doesn't sound as pleasant as it really is. And we keep that in mind because, to me, it does actually sound kind of clunky. So, let's just break it down, okay? So, if the advance becomes the upfront, now, Americans, right? In monetary terms, to get an advance on, say, your paycheck, okay? So, you're getting your money up front, whether it be from the entity that already pays you. You ask them, can I have an advance, to take care of my bills or whatnot, or you're getting this advance from a third-party company that charges interest, okay? They will get their money so that you can get also an upfront advance on your paycheck, okay? I've never dealt with things like this, but it seems a simple enough idea. And so now we have to think for a cash advance to become upfront, that changes the arrangement of things. Okay? The arrangement now is simply that you're getting paid before you even do the work, right? And I'll tell you first that this will not make sense until we read further on, so let's go ahead and continue. And
this is where these videos really start making me think. It really makes me think about other theories.
Keyboard misses the accent. The first thing that came to mind for me is that when you're writing on the computer, right, you're chatting with someone online, you can't fully express yourself the way you want to. Like, you can't really punctuate what you want to say as clearly as if someone was just looking at you face to face. And we all know that. I hear that Italians, similar to what I hear about Spanish-speaking people, they are very emotionally expressive. You have hand gestures, right? These are your gesturing devices, and your body wiggles a little. So, I apologize. Their language is very impactful in person, right? When their voice can accentuate what they want, their facial expressions, hand movements, right? A lot of little things that will feel muted if it was trying to be conveyed via chat, over text. And for an expressive person, that can be very frustrating. Also, when it comes to writing,
Nancy.
right, the Italian language uses accent marks. And one of the struggles that Tommaso would encounter early on, right, is an American keyboard. I'm taking his words literally here, in meaning that his keyboard is missing the accent marks that he's used to typing with on his Italian keyboard. Now, the following line gives us a clue that all this makes him miss home when he writes, I feel nearby absences. So, if we're to go back to the advance becomes upfront, okay, now let's substitute the monetary with Tommaso himself. I'm thinking the upfront is Tommaso taking a chance. So hopefully you guys can follow me. I'm going to try my best to make this make sense as it does to me. The advance could possibly be the time that he had come to visit America, or the time when, say, Annie came to visit Italy. They were taking steps to go and get a taste of what potentially they would get. I feel like that makes some sense, okay? And this advance then becomes a front. This is where Tommaso has decided to take that chance, a one-way ticket to America, right? Paying himself up front from what he envisioned.
To a celebrity's family. A celebrity. So Tommy Cioni. It's not Cioni anymore. It's Cioni. That's how it has to be pronounced from now on. Cioni. But he came to America only 20 years ago. Sounds like 20 years ago was when he came to America. And he automatically somehow married the daughter of Nancy Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, Savannah's sister. Now, what did Thomas Cioni do before he came to America at 31 years old? What was he doing for those first 31 years in Italy?
To be a better life that will eventually give him the value back, to make that chance worth it. However, though, after 2 years, he starts missing the accent in the keyboard, and he feels the nearby absences, which I take it to mean that he began to long for the things that used to be at arm's reach, right? Something that was just accessible to him when he was in Italy. Maybe just a stroll down the street to his favorite coffee shop, because he then writes the missing coffee, the real hubs, which, if you think about it, is actually very sad for him. I could imagine an artsy character like Tommaso in Italy, right, at his local cafe, having a cigarette, enjoying a cup of coffee, and having these, deep conversations with his friends, right? The next line is the alarming one to me, and that's when he writes the real hugs. He misses real hugs. If I'm reading this correctly, then not only does he miss the aspect of his prior life in Italy, but he's also starting to find the American experience, or maybe the people that he's meeting in America, sort of fake, right? And he's starting to question whether it was a good idea that he left everything behind for this. In my opinion, right, he was not able to really connect to the family that he found himself a part of, right? The coffee was not good. The conversations were not as deep as he would have expected. And he was not given real hugs. There was...
Dude, this is seriously very good insight right here. This is where... This is great. Shout out to Monk. He is really putting it down.
Just no passion, no connection in the hug that he was getting. He knew in his head that they didn't mean much, so it didn't mean much to him as well. Now, the next one, the brain, a walnut kernel, a tangle of wires. I mean, if you've ever cracked open a walnut and seen the flesh, it looks like a human brain. And I'm thinking that's what Tommaso is, right? He's starting to feel his brain get number. In short, his brain now feels dumb, right? Just a tangle of wires. Now, whereas before, it was computing and it was stimulating. Now, I don't know if anyone has ever really argued the point that Tommaso is a deep thinker. I think we all think.
Deep thinker, and there's nothing wrong with that, but if you understand Tucson, Arizona, right, that's let's just call it my area of known facts. Tucson is a very eccentric place. There's a lot of eccentric people that move to Tucson. People, they call them New Age people. You guys saw the cult? You guys remember the cult? There's lots of those kind of types of groups. Maybe they're not cults, but it's really far out their way of looking at life. Tucson has a lot of eccentric people. Some of them are amazing people too. It's not bad to be eccentric, but it also puts in perspective of Tommy, let's call him Tommy, Gione, his frame of mind. I've been to Italy, so I understand what he's saying about being in Italy and how people are in Italy. When I was in Italy, it was an experience. The people are very intense. Okay, Italians are very intense people. Their culture very intense, and serious in a way. Serious. Everybody's, for whatever. I don't know why that their culture is like that, but it is. Um, you know, very intense. So it is putting in perspective that when he first arrived in Arizona, he kind of didn't like. It sounds like from what Monk's saying. This is just um, you know what his opinion is that he was searching for some sort of real, and this is where Annie and Tommy created their group of people who are around them to follow their way of thinking life. She wrote books. She was very influential in this new age community that's in Tucson. It's all over Tucson. You can't throw a stone without finding someone that's, in the new age way of thinking. So it does put things in perspective of somebody could have had it out for Tommy. He could have pissed somebody off, or Annie. It could be. We just don't know. It's just really about understanding who these people are and why they're choosing to be so silent. Is because he does not, in my opinion, like American culture. He's not a true American, essentially. He was transplanted over here, and you can hear that it doesn't sound like he liked a lot of the things going on in America, as far as he said something about he feels dumb or whatever Monk said. But this is an important perspective that I have not heard anybody. I tried to kind of go into it a little bit on my channel about who Annie and Tommaso would be in a city like Tucson. How would their standing be, like their place, so to speak, in Tucson? And Monk, he's really, this is good.
It's computing and it was stimulated. Now, I don't know if anyone has ever really argued the point that Tommaso is a deep thinker. I think we all feel that, sense that, right? And I'm thinking that he really did think, coming to America, that he would find the same kind of inspiration, if not more so, to create, like he did in Italy, but he was sadly mistaken, possibly, right? The same kinds of people to have meaningful conversations with, he longed for now, back in Italy. No, I could be reading this all wrong, but to me there is a letdown in those first 2 years. Okay, so after he mentions that his brain is a tangle of wires, he actually presents another character that you will unravel while I am already gone. Wi-Fi. I'm thinking this part reads better in Italian because, like I mentioned before, just throwing in Wi-Fi there, it just feels clunky, kind of off to me, hearing it in English. But at the same time, it did help me correlate that it meant that he was already disconnected. Okay, so now let's go back to the character he is talking about. There is a you, right? A person that is tasked to help him untangle his brain. A brain that is now full of regrets, possibly. He misses his old life, and that he's already gone Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi being a wireless internet connection between devices. So I'm thinking this is a metaphor, and the you that has his walnut brain, that has to be the woman that he essentially gave it up for. Okay, and of course that would be Annie Guthrie. And as far as we know, Tommaso, never went back to Italy to live, right? Just the occasional family trip over there. We could take that to mean that Annie was enough, that she was stimulating enough to discuss, those meaningful things they enjoy discussing, and she gave him real hugs. So much so that missing the Italian Cup football was worth staying, and I guess hopefully he was able to feel connected to this new soil and new family that he found himself in. If anything, he tried to make the best of it. I do believe the following year is when he created Early Black. Okay, I think it was 2007. So yeah, just a year in, he was making do. I'm not exactly sure when he started teaching at basis oral. I have heard though many times that he's taught there for at least 15 years. So if we do the math backwards, that's around 2011, right? Now here's the interesting correlation. Okay, so
Now,
Annie possibly
2011 was also the incident of the Gabby Giffords incident in Tucson as well. 2011. Not that that has anything to do with anything.
got pregnant in 2011 and had their son in 2012. So if we don't believe in coincidences, then Tommaso finally got that basis oral job in order to support Annie and their new son. Okay, this is after 6 years in America, and I feel we can safely say that Tommaso had finally taken root in America. However, is this how he imagined it to be? Did he ever let his old life in Italy go complete? Okay, does he still yearn for coffee and real hugs? But the thing that we can't say is we know he stayed. So we can only assume that he had taken roots. He had adjusted and loved his new life up until, of course, his mother-in-law went missing. I always think back to never understanding why Annie called Tommaso the Great Manifestor. But this poem here,
That is title of this video. Is, I guess, and this is the first time I've heard this. I guess Annie refers to Tommy as the Great Manifestor. That's why Monk named this video Monk, or what it is I guess Annie called Tommaso the Great Manifestor, and so it's almost like they were the leader of some sort of group, right? Maybe it wasn't like a truly organized group, but it sounds like possibly Tommaso, because he based on what Annie is saying, he's the manifestor. So what did he manifest? Working at a school? That's awesome. They had kids. That's awesome. But what else? What are the hidden things? Hidden things that they were involved with. If you look where Annie used to work, it's some real what's the word? Radicalized kind of thinking, in a way, right? In a way, it's not evil. It's not anything like that. It's just real far out there way of thinking.
might give us an idea, because I think I get it now. I can never say anything's 100%, but I think it stems from the fact that he was willing to sacrifice whatever he had in Italy for her. Okay, we have to imagine how much love and gratitude Annie would have for this man to do all that for her in 2006. He manifested an entirely new life. Okay, he even married her. He created a band. He got a salaried job when he needed to. He had manifested all of this right in front of her, and she was in awe of it. So my takeaway is if we are reading this poem correctly, of course, that Tommaso Cioni is a man that knows
Hey,
exactly
Rebecca.
what he
Welcome
wants,
in.
will do exactly what he wants, and will set out to create for himself the life that he sees fit, right? To be a great manifester, you can't be timid. Like the saying goes, you grab the bull by the horn. But I also see a very idealistic man, which is, I guess, a trait of most artists, right? Because he possesses an imagination that allows him to make leaps and bounds in his mind, even against what's practical, the norm. So for me, if a man takes himself seriously and is idealistic, we have to see where the man's values lie, how strong his moral compass is. If he believes in something, it's going to be very difficult to change his mind or change his course of action. Now, Tommaso is a person that we never really got to meet, so all we have are clues, right? The nuggets. There is a saying called fair weather friends. There could be fair weather husbands, fair weather wives, right? So, if there was something in his life that went wrong and he needed to solve it, he actually does seem like the kind of character that would manifest a course of action, and I don't think anybody could stop him. Or at least it would be very difficult to talk him out of it. And if we are correct with the pattern of his life in '06, then, I mean, he's not a man that's scared to pick up and leave. You know, someone pointed out a long time ago that they hated the Christmas picture. They hated Tommaso in the Christmas picture because they hated how he stepped in front of Nancy to take that Christmas picture. And since I read that comment, every time I look at that picture, I can't help but see it now. And if you guys never noticed it, now you guys can't unsee it now. It looks like
My mind is spinning after listening to this thing. Wow, Monk. Really? Wow, he's on this one. Wow, it's crazy. My mind is spinning after hearing this.
he came in towards the end and just didn't mind stepping right in front of a Nancy, his elder, who was a lot smaller than he is, and stepped right in front of him when he could have easily seen her in the picture. I'm thinking he ran to get Fetch, right? That's Savannah's dog. If anybody ever thinks that's Nancy's dog, that's Savannah's dog named Fetch Guthrie Seltzer. Okay, it's a pretty cute name. It's like a human name for a dog. I also can't unsee now that it looks like Fetch is trying to push his way out of Tommaso's arms at the same time. So this picture, which is the most recent Christmas, this was just a month before Nancy goes missing. So this picture is as close to all these cast of characters that we've known thus far in the past, like going on 4 months now, in a moment in time where everything, I guess, was okay, at least on the surface. Anyways, guys, my name is Monk. Now, go catch him on the zodiac before I release something, okay? And go.
All right, go give him a follow. But that really opens up the mind to what the frame of mind. Is that 2 Cybertrucks right there? That's 2 Cybertrucks back to back. Crazy. 2 Cybertrucks. And they're pulling off. Maybe they got to go get charged up. They got to go sit there for 20 minutes and charge up, maybe. Welcome back, everybody. Let me check the map. It says 2 hours exactly. 2 hours. Hello, Joyful. We're almost to 550 on the like button. But let me know your thoughts after hearing that video. It just ended. It was only a short 15-minute video, but it actually puts things in perspective, right? Where there's the missing puzzle piece of Annie and Tommaso, how they fit into this whole thing. And it just leads to more speculation because a lot of people said, why have they been so silent? Why? I mean, they're from Tucson. They should be reaching out to the Tucson community, not to the world. They should be reaching out to the Tucson community for help. Not, hey, everybody in the world, look at me. I'm on national. They should be going on these local news stations. I'm not saying they have to. In my opinion, they should, to bring awareness that they are victims as well, and they could be a target, just like anybody in the Catalina foothills or Tucson, as Nano said. Nano said this person could strike again. He doesn't know. And so, to me, the silence of Annie and Tommaso could only be that. Them just being silent, or it could actually mean something. Welcome in, user. Good afternoon, Best Coast. Welcome in. Come on in. Come on in. We just left San Diego. We went through El Centro. We just passed through Yuma. Now we are heading to Gila Bend. So that's really eye-opening, though. Let me know what you guys think about that video. And I know someone did put a link to his chat or to his a little while ago. All right, this is Brian Inton. This is a short, so it's just a couple minutes. And Brian Inton speaks out 3 days ago on the Nancy Guthrie case.
You've been covering this case for the last 3 months. What do you think?
I forgot to tell you, this is with TMZ and Brian Inton. Remember that kid? You guys remember him from the TMZ? He's been covering the case. He interviews Inton. So here we go.
Protect the ones that you. You've been covering this case for the last 3 months. What do you think happened?
With this case, I really don't know. It really is such a mystery. The ransom just doesn't make a lot of sense. There was never any proof of life. There was never any real way for the family to communicate with the abductor. The fact that they emailed TMZ, emailed the media is really unusual. I've been thinking a lot lately about whether the ransom is sort of or for some other kinds of motives behind the scenes.
You think that there's a possibility that the person that did this was someone that knew her intimately?
It seems statistically someone who knew Nancy. I also wonder if other people could be involved. I mean, the person who we saw in the video from the front doorbell camera may not be the mastermind of this whole thing. The person we saw in the video may just be the waiter, but there may be a chef behind the scenes who's sort of calling the shots, and maybe the one who wrote the letters to TMZ is sort of the mastermind behind the whole thing.
You've been covering this case for the last months.
All right.
What do you...
And I did hear Brian Inton went to CrimeCon. I don't know if he speaks. Some people earlier were asking what happens at CrimeCon. What happens at CrimeCon? And from what I understand, a lot of the top true crime channels buy a booth, you rent. So you rent a booth, and then I saw there was some people who wrote books. I'm interested when I get home. I'm gonna see if anybody did a little documentary of CrimeCon, and then there's some events where you can go and hear people that are highly respected, like Nancy Grace. You can go hear them speak. The It's a promotional party. Brian, our News Nation was out there, and they had like a big spot right on at Caesar's Palace. One more like to 550. One more like, 550 likes. Whoop, whoop. Just cleaned the windows before we left California, and the window looks like I went through an insect swarm. I mean, I got bug splatter all over the window, so it's kind of a little bit hard. You guys can see a little bit of the bug splatter on the window. I'm trying to not have you guys see that, but it's virtually impossible. Crime Junkie posted from CrimeCon, Nancy Guthrie session. And it's interesting is like a lot of these people they're talking about the Nancy Guthrie case, right? But they don't understand the insight of Tucson. So that's why I would really like to talk to some of these people who are supposed experts on the Nancy Guthrie case, because Monk's Intrigue just gave a great video where he kind of points out the bigger picture of this all. And the bigger picture of the Nancy Guthrie case has to do with the psychological aspect of Tucson. So any of these people, I would be happy to talk with them to help, right? That's the only person really to help them. It's like I kind of try to just stay in my lane, not let them cover the story, but they're missing so many pieces to the puzzle when they tell these stories. I hear it every day. They act like they're experts on the Nancy Guthrie case, but they're not experts in the Tucson area, the personality of the Tucson citizens, the majority. Now this is just the majority, not everybody. That one. So if any of these people want to talk about the perspective of a Tucson resident and knowing the city, knowing what's going on as far as the crime, knowing there's like a cult-like following in the New Age community. Some of it is all positive, but some of it does lead to mystery. I do believe that is a very important part that is missing, the ties to the area, yes. And that's where any of these people, the interview room, The lab, I forgot his name, but the lab, even if it's like a 5-10 minute, I could go in and tell them a little bit about how the Tucson population essentially the majority thinks, including Annie, Tommaso, Savannah, and Nancy. Josh. Yeah, I think he had the show. He's been having Dr. Brucato. They've been doing call-ins, so maybe I couldn't call in, but I almost called into the lab the other day.
If I showed up to your kid's house with cameras to you see the kid.
Did not mean. Whoa.
You've been covering this case for the last.
Hit the wrong button.
Covering this case for the last.
Sorry, guys, hit the wrong button. So maybe I'll call into the lab next time he does one of those call-in shows.
Brothers. Morning.
Oh, where's the boys at?
Good morning, everybody.
Are they out? Let's see where they're at. JLR and the crew are in. It looks to be alien land. Alien spice. Nice. Shout out to the boys. That is awesome. They are somewhere around Area 51. It looks like they were looking at alien spices. Area 51. Awesome. All right, buddy, you got to speed up. You're getting on the freeway here. There you go. Hit the gas pedal. Hit that gas pedal. We got cars coming behind us. Yeah, I'm planning on going to CrimeCon next year for sure. We're in the middle of the desert, the Arizona desert. I'm going to pull up another video here to listen to. Now, the reason that the monk probably is still investigating Tommy and Annie is because of the stats, where on cases like this, where something happens to a family, it's usually somebody close to the family, someone that knew the family somehow, in a lot of cases. So we can't ever rule it out, even though Nanos has cleared the family. It could be somebody looking to get back at the family, if it was a revenge. It could be that. But there is a lot of traffic here for some reason.
Department. But they have been only.
All right, we're going to listen to this. Nancy Grace discusses the latest on, this is a channel called East ID News. So I think East Idaho News. And Nancy Grace, she sits down with this guy. We're going to listen to this now. This is from yesterday. She talks about, the title is Nancy Grace discusses the latest on Nancy Guthrie.
And I'm standing by that, and I reject that suggestion. But when I say it's taken on a bigger meaning, I mean, for Pete's sake, you've got the Cellular Analysis Survey team, you've got Google on it, you got Apple on it, you got the Pima County Sheriff's Department on it, you got the FBI, you got Trump offering to help in any way, You got a fixed-wing aircraft waiting to take the DNA to a lab. You got the best lab in the country doing it. What the hey? What's happening?
Is she still alive?
I do not want to answer. You know what? That's not a good answer. In criminal law, you can't say, I don't want to answer that. I make other people answer.
This is not AI streaming. This is Nancy Grace from yesterday talking with a channel called at East ID News. East ID News. Shout out to them. They got an interview with Nancy Grace yesterday.
Harsh question, so the answer is I doubt very seriously that Miss Guthrie is still alive. Is there a chance? Yes, there is a chance. And maybe I'm projecting, Nate, because you know my 94-year-old, soon-to-be 95-year-old mother lives with me, and there's no way she could survive. I mean, if my mom even went into a rest home, I don't think she would live because she needs constant care. And when you take someone out of their surroundings and out of their routine, someone of that age, away from their meds, away from their doctors, away from their caregivers, it doesn't go well.
Good point, Penny. Thank you, Penny, for the comment.
Porch, I believe she was struck.
Yeah, so she believes she was struck. This is from yesterday. Yep, exactly, Tina Marie. This is from yesterday. Nancy Grace interviews just said she believes Nancy was struck.
She did not spontaneously start bleeding. But where does that leave the rest of us? If with all of those resources we can't find Nancy Guthrie, it's very, very frustrating.
No. I want to ask you about Alex Murdoch.
I'm not through with Nancy Guthrie.
Oh, sorry. I didn't want to cut. Keep going.
I think that chasing after fantastical theories is a waste of time, and I do not like any waste of time. I don't like people who repeat themselves. I don't like doing the same thing over and over. I'm one of those drivers that wants to make the green light, okay? I'm going to write a book one day. Red lights matter, okay? You add up 10 of them and you're like an hour late, right? So what I'm saying is chasing down preposterous theories is a waste of resources, time, and we can put all of our energy and our brain power toward figuring this out.
And that's what frustrates me, everyone, is why are they not putting more effort in looking in the city of Tucson? Why are the city of Tucson police not even mentioned in helping find the suspect? If you look at the map of Tucson and Nancy Guthrie's house, you will see Tucson is a crime-filled area. There are areas in Tucson that I don't feel comfortable going to because they are controlled by organized groups. Let me make that comment again. There are areas in Tucson that I will not go to, even though Nancy Grace doesn't like repeating, that I will not go to because it's controlled by gangs, organized group, connected. They could be Americans. Who knows? We don't know. But they need to look into the city of Tucson and the types of groups that I'm referring to that would be capable and have enough want to do this. Now, in the case that I was involved in when I was 6 years old and I found a victim of a homicide, there was a massive search that went on for 4 days. It was only 4 days to find the missing person who was kidnapped. Okay, when I was 7 years old, 1985. The whole city was looking for this missing girl. When me and a friend found her 4 days later, that's when the case started, essentially. Because then they had the evidence, they found the body to start looking for the suspect. They did not find the suspect until, let me think, 9 years later. So when you put it in perspective, this case could go on years until we get some sort of break. Now, in that case that I was involved in, the big break was DNA. DNA broke the case open. They put the guy who they believed, or they put the blood sample into the system, and they were able to track who killed the person that I found. Going back to the Nancy Grace, she talks about all these different Google, Apple, what was another one? All these different companies, Donald Trump, everybody signing in to try to help, and we're still, seems like, have no leads. We don't even know a possibility of what could have happened. It could have been so many different things. I've heard terrorists. It could be someone wanting to get back at Savannah. It could be someone wanting to get back at the Annie and Tommaso. Thank you, Tina Marie. Thank you. Yes, it's just always with me, right? Zasha Pickett will always be with me. I will always advocate for her life that was lost at 2.5 years old. If you guys want to look up the case, you can look up, just type in Zasha Pickett, Tucson, Arizona, and you can read about it. Now what broke open that case is DNA, and they didn't have DNA in 1985, but they did in 1993, and that's what broke the case. So they held on to his DNA until they were able to come up with the new technology that you see now, where they can trace people's DNA. So DNA could be the big solving clue we're waiting for. And there's so many dang bugs on my thing, it won't even. So even though it's been 4 months coming up, we have to have the same energy of not giving up until justice is served for the next 20, 30, 40, a lifetime, until justice is served. back to the Nancy Grace interview.
I keep thinking, Nate, that they're on the cusp, that they have a suspect in mind, that they're keeping under their breath, not Pima County Sheriff. Of course not, because there's, you know.
I think the sheriff said he's no longer talking to the family.
My takeaway, he said he's no longer talking. Thank you, heaven. He would just shut his eye hole with.
Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna have to make a post about that. Listen to Nancy Grace call out nanos. All right, we're gonna listen. Thank you, Kathleen. I appreciate that. We're gonna listen to this. She talks about nanos right here.
My takeaway, he said he's no longer talking. Thank you, heaven. If he would just shut his eye hole, we'd all be a lot better off. That said, I doubt if the FBI was on to a suspect that they would share it with him at all. And I hate to denigrate all the exceptional men and women that are in Pima County Sheriff's Department, but they have been sullied by his involvement in this case. There's no way around it. That said, I still hold out hope that her, and I believe her kidnapper will be found.
Good.
You don't sound very hopeful.
You know, you've covered enough of these to know that on the twist of a dime, 40 years later, somebody can be found. Let's hope it's not that long. But then, you know, I don't know. I'm interested to hear what you have to say in your presentation. Now let me ask you about Alex Murdaugh. Becky Hill. What do you think about that?
Rebecca Hill. I got to know Rebecca Hill during the trial, and she was bubbly, polite, helpful, courteous, efficient. Did she make those comments? Yeah, she, according to multiple jurors, she did. Do I think that's why Alex Murdaugh was found guilty? No, I think Murdaugh did that all on his own.
Let me know if you guys think Alex Murdaugh is guilty or not guilty. She's talking about that next. Let me know, guilty or not guilty for Alex. All right, a lot of people are saying guilty. I think guilty. I mean, I really paid attention to that case, watched the trial, and to me, that seems pretty guilty. I don't understand. I haven't really looked into why he's getting another case other than because of his name and who he knows in that area. And maybe it's justified, but I think there's some shenanigans going on just that he's getting the opportunity for another case. All right, back to the Nancy Grace interview.
He is guilty. That's why they found him guilty, because he is guilty, not because Becky Hill made some offhand comments. Were they inappropriate? Yes, they were inappropriate. Do I think it resulted in a guilty verdict? No. I think the jury would have found him guilty anyway.
I think the only reason he's getting another trial is because he knows so many people in that state and his family. They're somehow giving him another opportunity because some woman said something. It just doesn't make sense. To me, they need to just drop it. He's guilty. He's already been charged guilty.
Hey, because he did it. But the South Carolina Supreme Court had no other choice. They had to reverse it under the law. I'm sure it was odious to them, and they did it holding an oath, but they had to do it because that is the law.
Hey, Indigo.
You have a juror state under oath that affected my verdict. The Supreme Court cannot say, I don't believe it. That's what was written in the black and the white transcript.
Okay, a juror testified that it affected their decision. Yeah, well, like I said, it's just so unique that that was a massive case in the whole United States. The biggest case for that year, around there, Court TV, everyone's covering it, and then, oh, he's guilty. Oh, now we're giving him another because this juror said that. Let's take it to the To me, there's more. If it was somebody else, I don't think they would have got another trial. If it was just some regular person, Joe, did that, I think it would have just been move on. But because it's this guy who has all kinds of money, influence in the state, he was able to get it to the Supreme Court. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Who knows? Maybe he deserves another one, from what Nancy Grace said. But it all seems very suspicious. I'm not going to clear the family until the 911 call. And that's where somebody said on a show I was watching yesterday that they've never seen an investigation where it's gone so long where some of this stuff is not released. So I am with you on that. Just because Nano's cleared does not make them necessarily cleared. Hey, Dulce, welcome in.
Yeah.
So they had no choice.
Corey Richens, I was just talking about that. You saw her faces during the sentencing and the statements from her little boys that they never want to see her again. She still has another trial coming up.
See, my number one job, my reason for being here, my raison d'etre, is to raise my twins. So it's very hard for me to take in anyone that thinks killing the father is in any way a benefit to your children. Just the cold, calculated nature of her mind. And it wasn't the first time. She tried before, and it didn't work. So she was like, strike two, that we know of.
I don't know what case she's talking about on that one, but maybe you guys know in the chat something about children. I don't know which one she's talking about. We are passing Oregon Pipe Cactus National Forest.
No, there wasn't another attempt. But to do that, not just to your husband, but to your children, and for the rest of their lives, They're going to try to figure out why. And I know that they're being raised by a loving family, but there is no substitute for mom and dad. There's just not.
Got any fun plans this summer? You want to share?
Yeah, I
Welcome
want to
in.
put bad guys in jail. Next.
What?
Welcome in. Anybody new coming to the chat? We're in Oregon Pipe National Forest, right outside of Tucson and Phoenix, Arizona, in the desert, middle of the desert. Boom. Kim, welcome in, Kim. We got Kim. We got Lori coming to the chat. Lots of people coming in. Miss Penny. Clean up there. See, probably not. The Butterfield Trail we just passed. If you want to look at the area that we are in, Butterfield Trail. I love learning about history. And so now I'm curious, why did they name it the Butterfield Trail? Driving in Kansas, how is it? Driving in Kansas real flat? I can imagine it's real flat in Kansas. I've never driven in Kansas. A couple of the states I haven't been to are like Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Oklahoma. Never been to those states. I did find an interesting fact, so you guys probably, the old saying, you learn something new every day. I did learn an interesting fact. The most PhDs in all of America live in the Dakotas. So there's, I guess per capita, there's more PhDs in the Dakotas, people with PhD degrees, than any other state. I thought that was pretty interesting. I had no, well, why Dakotas? Why do they got PhDs? So I guess there's a lot of smart people that live in the Dakotas, North and South Dakota. I don't know which one was the top. Poppy said, I think he's guilty. I agree. I totally agree. Indigo chick, we got a new member. We got a new member. Thank you, Indigo. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Indico joining. Let's crank the air up a little. Now we are entering Gila Bend area in a little bit. If you want to look at that. Yeah, it is interesting. I don't know if there's nothing to do in North and South Dakota except it's just so cold. I know in those areas, maybe all there is to do is just study. Hey, Sheila. Welcome in, Sheila. Maybe that's all there is to do is study. Back to the Nancy Grace interview.
Land. Funny on my thing. Sorry. Nancy does not have fun. I have a lot of fun here this fall. I have a lot of fun. But yeah, I have a lot of fun with my children, with my family. But I really want to see justice unfold. And as difficult as it is for me to take in Murdoch getting a trial is justice under our jurisprudence. Do I like it? No. I do not like it at all because he did a horrible thing. I mean, think about it. I was just talking about Corey Richens killing Eric Richens, the father of the children, forever hurting them every day for the rest of their life. But think about what Murdoch did. While the mother of his children is down, her face in the dirt, he comes up to her, puts a gun in her back, and pulls the trigger. How can you do that? So, I'm just wondering how it's going to play out. The AG is making noises, the district attorney is making noises about fixing the death penalty. And, you know, typically,
Oh yeah, San Diego's awesome. Beautiful.
But what they are saying in that jurisdiction, it was never tried for the death penalty. A jury never.
Hopefully, for whatever reason, my Starlink is not connecting. No idea what's going on. Are we back? Hello, Cozy. Back. Nice. All right. We're almost to 600 likes on the stream. A nice live drive, relaxing drive. Hardly any traffic. Not a cloud in the sky. if we got back, are we back? It's really frustrating. My Starlink is not working. Just hit a thumbs up. We're back. Are we back? All right. Oh man, that's frustrating. I apologize, guys, but I thank you for all the patience. Thumbs up. Thank you, guys. A couple, let's see, 16 more likes, and we are at the 600 mark. We got 99 miles to Tucson, so we are getting close. 99 miles to Tucson. Refresh the screen. Some people say the sound is back. Some people say it's back. $99 bottles of beer on the wall. There's one for having excellent self-service. Sound is back. Yeah, I mean, I think I could see that, but there are some dead spots. I wouldn't have had this issue if my Starlink connected, but for whatever reason, it's having me put in a password, and I've never set up a password ever on my Starlink. Yeah, it's something weird. I don't know if maybe a button got clicked or something. I don't know. Normally, I just hit connect to Starlink and it connects. Now, when I press it, it says enter password. So I'll get it. I'll get it figured out. I don't know what they. I don't think it's hacked. My one phone is hooked into. My one phone is hooked into the Starlink, my other phone that I have. So we'll get it figured out. Just can't do it on the road.
Something about this tape is confusing.
We're gonna move to Brew Crew now. Brew Crew. We love the Brew Crew. One of the mods could put a link to his chat. his page, he's up to 33,300 subscribers for Brew Crew. Now here is an interesting one that just came out 2 days ago from Brew Crew. Was the Nancy Guthrie crime scene staged? A retired officer investigates. So this is Brew Crew Beyond 50.
People across this country. And it's not just the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie anymore. It's the evidence. Because now that we are well over 100 days into this investigation, viewers are beginning to ask a different question. Not just who took Nancy Guthrie, but was the crime scene itself designed to manipulate what everyone believes happened that night? Today I want to walk through the growing skepticism surrounding this case, the blood evidence, the Uber timeline, the digital data, the theories about staging, and most importantly, why experienced investigators have to separate emotion from forensic reality.
Hey, Sean.
Because in major cases like this, rumors grow fast, but evidence tells its own story. And sometimes the truth is buried underneath assumptions. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Thank you all for being here again today. I really do appreciate it. And if you're new here, my name is Charles Brewer. I'm a retired law enforcement officer with 21 years of experience. And I spent much of that time working criminal investigations and just seeing how cases are actually built behind the scenes. This channel is where we break down real cases from that perspective. No fluff, no noise, no nonsense, just real analysis to help you understand what may be happening behind the scenes of these investigations and inside the legal process. Today we're going deep into one of the biggest debates in the Nancy Guthrie case right now. So before we begin, make sure that you're subscribed, turn on the notifications, and share this video out because keeping these conversations active.
It's a good point. Go over to Brew Crew, hit the like button, share it out, but also do it for the 857 channel. If you hit the bell, and you got to hit all notifications it'll let you know when all of the streams go live. So make sure all your favorite YouTubers that you want to know when they go live, you hit notifications all. That's what I do. So then I get a notification on my phone, hey, Pretty Little Clues went live, Crime Scene Collective went live, Alex went live. I get these notifications. So keep all your favorites so you're notified, including Brew Crew and this channel. Thank you, everyone.
Keeps pressure on investigations. And as we move into another weekend, we keep Nancy Guthrie's name alive because somebody out there knows exactly what happened to this woman. And eventually, people talk. Now, one thing that I need for people to understand today is this case has changed. In the beginning, everyone was focused on shock. An 84-year-old woman violently taken from her home in the middle of the night. Blood on the porch. A mass suspect. A celebrity connection.
Hey, TC, welcome in.
Ransom-style communication. National media attention. Everything about this case immediately exploded emotionally. But now we are entering the stage where people begin dissecting details. And that's normal. That happens in every major case, especially when there has not been a public arrest. People begin looking closer at the timeline, the statements,
Welcome in,
the
Mona.
evidence, the behavior, and eventually skepticism begins growing. Now, some people get uncomfortable when viewers begin questioning details, but I actually believe that discussions matter. As long as people are not falsely accusing innocent individuals or presenting speculation as fact. Discussion matters because sometimes public conversations, they identify inconsistencies investigators may already be looking at privately. And right now, one of the biggest discussions happening online revolves around a single idea. Was this thing staged?
Thank you, Kathleen, for joining.
Now, let me be very clear before we go any further. Staged does not necessarily mean fake. Those are two different things. A staged crime scene, it can involve real violence, real blood, real victims, and real trauma. But the offender manipulates aspects of the scene to create confusion, to redirect it.
Yeah, this is at Brew Crew Beyond 50 on Facebook. Prospecting one day. Yes, Sean, that's you know if we're back. Are we back? Alright, cool. Oh, a little frustrating when that happens. Oh man. Alright, Sean, right now, things are starting to slow down a little bit, and so let's plan that in the month of June. Let's plan sometime in the month of June on a weekend. We'll go out. Sean Goldfrau, and if you could, I have your email. If you send me an email, I think I have it starred, but can you update it? Just send me a fresh email. I have your email starred, saved as a favorite. Yeah, there's a YouTuber I watch named Jack Tucker, and he does gold mining here in Arizona. So you probably know of Jack. Thank you, Sean. Hope you're having a good day and doing well. And welcome in. We got 118 in the chat. We're listening to Brew Crew Beyond 50, and we all are. Can't talk. Also, we are only 8 more likes from 600 likes. A lot of people coming in, bouncing back and forth between JLR, Alex, Shipsters. Maybe there's some other streams going, but thank you guys for spending any amount of time here and hanging out. We're just kind of chilling, enjoying the Sunday drive back from San Diego, beautiful San Diego. We were at the beach, zoo, and now we're getting back ready for a new week of hope and fun and inspiration. Bring Nancy home now, and that's what the main thing about it is. I have called out publicly for these damn suspects to just let us know where Nancy is. If they can send an email anonymously, ransom, they can send an email and just let us know where Nancy is. Please, for the love of God.
Today I want to break down where viewers are getting these theories from, and where forensic reality starts colliding with internet speculation. The blood evidence has become one of the biggest points of debate in this case. I've seen hundreds of comments discussing it this week. Some viewers believe that the blood looked too limited. Others believed it looked too dry. Others believe the blood was strategically placed. And some viewers are now questioning whether the foliage dropped near the porch was connected to an attempt to conceal or distract from the evidence. Now, let me explain something from a law enforcement perspective, because blood evidence it's one of the most misunderstood aspects of criminal investigations. People think that blood automatically tells a dramatic story, and sometimes it does, but sometimes it tells a very small story. Tiny blood droplets can come from multiple things. Contact transfer, maybe a minor injury, or secondary transfer from an object. And until forensic testing determines exactly whose blood it is.
I didn't actually do any filming, like live streaming from the zoo. There was just too much going on. So I didn't actually live stream from the zoo.
People are often building theories on incomplete information. Now, could an offender intentionally place blood or manipulate a scene? Absolutely. This has happened before in many criminal investigations. But here's the problem. Most offenders are terrible forensic scientists. They think emotionally. Investigators, they think methodically. And staged scenes usually begin breaking apart once forensic analysis starts examining timing and pattern consistency, transfer direction, and clotting behavior, contamination, and DNA composition. This is why experienced homicide investigators never rely on a single visual observation, because what looks suspicious to the public may actually be perfect forensics. And what looks innocent may actually become the biggest red flag in the entire investigation. Now, another thing people must understand is environmental conditions, they matter. Temperature matters. Humidity matters. Surface texture matters. And time matters. The idea that someone can simply look at blood in a photograph online and accurately determine whether it was too dry is not realistic. That requires controlled forensic examination. And I think some people online are accidentally confusing suspicion with certainty. There is nothing wrong with asking questions, but we also have to stay grounded in reality. Now, let's talk about the porch itself, because this footage has psychologically affected people. I have watched it many times myself, and I understand why viewers are disturbed by it. The suspect appears calm, deliberate, and measured, not panicked. He's not rushed, and viewers naturally.
Yeah, I mean, that really, if you guys watch that suspect video one more time, I know you've seen it hundreds of times already, probably. But just watch how slow he's kind of like moving. It's not like he doesn't seem to be in a hurry. He's like literally just like lollygagging, slowly moving around. It does not make sense. So try to watch it again and just see how slow he's moving.
Usually begin trying to interpret behavior. That is human nature. Now, one theory that continues surfacing is whether the suspect was intentionally manipulating the scene. The camera interaction, the foliage, the movement patterns. People are asking whether this person was creating visual distractions or just staging appearances. And honestly, that's not an unreasonable thing to discuss, because experienced offenders, they absolutely do manipulate environments. But here's what people also need to understand. Sometimes behavior that appears sophisticated is actually primitive. A suspect covering a camera with foliage may not be criminal genius behavior. It may actually be panic behavior, improvised behavior, believe it or not, movie-inspired behavior.
So yeah, just look at that photo or that video one more time. Just look at how slow he's moving, right? And you think what kind of crime this is. There's no urgency. It's just kind of like, it seems really slow moving how he moves around that front porch. So let me know your thoughts on why you think he's going so slow. Like, if this was a scene they're trying to get out of, or, you know, wouldn't he be trying to act a little bit faster? He's just very methodically slow in that video.
And this is where investigations become extremely complicated, because investigators are trying to determine whether they are looking at a professional offender, an emotional unstable offender, a personal offender, or just someone trying to imitate what they think that a criminal mastermind would do.
I got your email, thank you.
Those are completely different psychological profiles. And the behavior matters, because behavior leaves signatures. Now, let's move into one of the most controversial.
Where is that video? I mean, just type in Nancy Guthrie suspect video in YouTube. You should be able to find it. There could be a really excellent stager that could be in the mix. There could be, and really is an excellent stager. What do you mean by stager? Like someone staging the crime? I mean, I don't think that's likely, but at this point, I'm willing to entertain any theory. Any theory. I mean, there's lots of psychics and mediums and mediums that say they're not mediums, but they're something. Anybody who can give us a clue of what the heck happened to Nancy, it's going to help a lot of people's anxiety over the world, the United States, Tucson community. But right now, because the lack of information, there's been so many different theories that are coming out, and it'll never stop until the authorities come out with more information and give us a clue at what happened exactly. What do they think happened? And tell us why someone would have done this. What are their thoughts on why Nancy Guthrie was taken? That's what we're all waiting for.
Controversial discussions happening right now. The Uber timeline. I've seen many comments saying that they are not buying the timeline. Others believe verbal accounts do not line up. Others are just questioning sequence and movement. So let me explain something very, very important from an investigative standpoint. Modern investigations do not rely solely on what people say happened. They rely heavily on digital verification. That means that investigators are pulling phone records, GPS records, rideshare logs, maybe Wi-Fi connections and Bluetooth connections, security camera timestamps where they're available, cell phone tower data.
This is Brew Crew Beyond 50. One of the mods put a link to his channel so everybody can give him a follow.
And sometimes
Thank you.
even minute-by-minute movement reconstruction. This is where people misunderstand how detailed modern investigations can become. Detectives do not simply ask someone what time they arrived. They attempt to verify it digitally. And here is the important part. Digital evidence can either support statements or they can completely destroy them. Now, that doesn't mean that every timeline related publicly is perfect. Not at all. Families can be confused. Trauma affects memory. People misremember times constantly, especially during emergencies. That's very common. But investigators they're not relying on emotional recollection. They are.
Yes, I have stopped in Dateland, and yeah, the shakes there are amazing. We didn't stop this trip, but yeah, I have stopped there. One of the mods also loves Dateland shakes. Very popular stop between here and San Diego, or even going to California, and Dateland.
Comparing digital footprints against statements. And if there are inconsistencies, I promise you investigators know about them long before the public does. One thing that I believe that many people are overlooking in this case is that digital evidence may ultimately become more important than physical evidence. That surprises people sometimes because it's true though. Digital evidence doesn't panic. It does not forget. It doesn't get emotional. People do. And it records behavior. Now, let's talk about the Apple Watch and the
Kingman is
pacemaker.
beautiful. I like
Because,
Kingman.
listen,
It's great.
this has
City.
exploded in the comments. Some viewers believe that an Apple Watch could interfere with a pacemaker. Others believe it could not. Others are confused about Bluetooth and syncing. So let us simplify this. Modern pacemakers and smart devices absolutely can interact in limited ways through connected medical systems and paired applications. But the internet has turned this into confusion and fear. Yes, manufacturers, they advise keeping strong magnetic devices several inches away from implanted pacemakers. That is standard precautionary guidance. But does that mean that Apple Watches are automatically dangerous or unusable for pacemaker patients? Millions of people safely use wearable devices. Now, the more important investigative issue is not interference, it's data, because devices create timelines. Movement creates timelines. Heart rates create timelines. Connection timelines and just charging timelines. Investigators, they can sometimes reconstruct activity patterns minute by minute. That's where this becomes very important, because if Nancy Guthrie's devices recorded abnormal psychological activity or sudden interruption patterns, that matters enormously. And I think people underestimate how powerful digital forensic reconstruction has become today, especially when combined with cellular analysis and application metadata. Now, here's the question that keeps bothering many viewers. Why is there still so much silence in this case? Why are local authorities so quiet? Why are federal authorities quiet? Why are details still highly controlled? And honestly, that question matters because usually by now pieces of information, begin leaking publicly in investigations. But in this case, very little has surfaced, and that creates frustration.
About 4 hours and 30 minutes. So we got about an hour left, everybody. An hour left. Thank you guys for hanging out. We are on the Interstate 10. This stretch of 99 miles from Tucson to Phoenix is the most pulled over stretch in all of America. More people get pulled over in between this area than any other area. Now this is because this is the route that all the illegal substances come into America, and then they smuggle the money back down this road. And as you can see right there, you do have a Sonoran resident, a Mexican citizen heading back to Mexico. Right there, you can see the proof that they go back and forth. Now, not all of them are doing illicit activities, illegal activities, but you could see this is the stretch that the cartel would use to smuggle money back into Mexico, where then they launder the money through banks, through crooked banks, and then they launder it through companies. So it'll go to a bank, they'll launder the money, and then the money will get laundered to a Mexican company. But this route is the most pulled over area, so I am not going to speed. I never speed on this road right here. Not that I would speed, but I don't even go over the 5 above. So we're at 111 again. Awesome. We got one. Can we get one more like to the 600 mark? Can we get one more like for 600 likes on this stream? That would be awesome. Let's see if we can get it. One more like on the stream to hit that 600. We just hit it. Boom. Boom. Thank you. You made it happen. Whoever that was. Thank you, Sean. Now here we are coming up to a very historical spot in Arizona. If you guys want to Google this, we are going to be passing the location of the farthest west location in the United States of where a Civil War battle happened. So you remember the Civil War, all the different battles that happened. This is the farthest west location that a battle happened in the Civil War between the Confederate soldiers and the Union. A lot of people do not know that Tucson represented the Confederate soldiers in the Civil War. You try to tell that to the mayor, but here we are almost to that location where the battle, there was a Civil War battle, and I'm going to let you give me the name of the battle so you can look it up and read all about it. But it's kind of interesting. 600. Nice. 610. Awesome. Thank you, everybody. We're keeping the road trip going. Are we back? Gene, you keep retracting your messages. What's going on? Do we have sound back? Do we have sound back? Thumbs up, anybody? Yes. All right, everybody. We are anything interesting. So here I'm going to tell you something interesting. AIG. We are going to see that hill right there. A lot of people do not know. Shout out to that sweet Airstream too. Look at that Airstream. That thing is awesome. Look at that thing. We are going to. A lot of people do not know that there was a Civil War battle in Arizona. This is the location coming up here of the farthest west location battle of the Civil War. Everybody knows the Civil War happened all over, on the east. Did you know that the Civil War, there was a Civil War battle in Arizona? It was called Battle of Picacho Peak. Picacho is spelled Picacho. And it happened right up here. We're about to go stop. We are going to stop and kind of like look. We're not going to get out this time, but I will come back and we will cover that battle. The Battle of Picacho Peak between the Confederate soldiers and the Union soldiers. You would have never thought that that happened out here. But we're going to go see the location, at least the area where it happened. IAG, if you could email me, IAG, email me at 857live@gmail. I have a couple questions for you, IAG. Thank you for all you do, helping with your stories that you're finding, quick stories, breaking news stories. So thank you, IAG. If you could email me, I have a couple questions for you. 857live@gmail. Thank you. Right up there, we're stopping. Right up here. So there is the location of the battle location. Right there, guys. See that big mountain? That's where the battle happened. Now, every year they do a reenactment of the battle. I'm going to try to find out when it is and actually go and live stream the battle. How cool would that be to be able to live stream a reenactment of what the battle of Picacho Peak, it's spelled Picacho, Picacho Peak. There it is. See that big peak? That's what Picacho Peak. We are going to pull off right there in this exit so you guys can see the location. So you learn something new every day. Doing well, AIG, and I hope everyone is having a good Sunday, chilling in your favorite comfy chair, couch, lazy boy, maybe getting outside for some of your own adventures, and now you're back home just relaxing. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to stop right here. We've been behind this red truck for about 200 miles. We're about to get off the freeway so you guys can see, but that is the battle, the location of the battle right there, right where that mountain is. Yeah, there's a gas station right there. We'll jump into that gas station. Rebecca coming through. Battle of Picacho Pass was in 1882. Good snake hunting, yeah, I bet. We're gonna finish the brew crew in just a minute. Got a little sidetracked here. We're gonna pull off, and then I'll start the brew crew back up here in just a minute. But thank you, Rebecca. Rebecca said the Battle of Picacho Peak happened on April 15th, 1862. Crazy. I'll pass on the snake hunting. Lots of people that can go hike. You can go hike up to the top of this mountain. Lots of hiking trails. Yeah, I got enough gas to get home, but I'm gonna be happy back to Arizona. Gas prices. So we now right here every year. I even drove by one year when they were doing it. They do a reenactment of the battle, and so all these people come dressed up as like Civil War people. They have all their get up on with the Civil War people used to wear. Soldiers, Army, Confederate soldiers, Union soldiers, and they come out here and do a reenactment. There is the peak, beautiful mountain, and then yeah, the ostrich farm is right here. I tried to, I'm still trying to talk JLR to go into the ostrich farm up here with me. Maybe we can get Ted to ride an ostrich. Whoa, that guy's getting off the road. Maybe Ted will ride an ostrich. But you can tell we're back in Arizona. The roads are not as good as in California. Freeways. Alright, so this is the location right here of the Battle of the Civil War. The farthest west battle. The farthest location that a battle occurred was right here, 1862, April. What's really weird out in this is like there's no stores other than like a convenience gas store right here. But for some reason, and it confuses me every time, they have an adult bookstore out here. It makes no sense to me. I do not understand why in the middle of nowhere they have an adult bookstore. So look right here to the right, everybody. And you know what I mean by an adult. You see where it says Lion's Den? Lion's Den on the right there, that sign. It's an adult superstore. So there's nothing out here, but you got an adult superstore. I have no idea. I mean, it's just every time I look at it, I'm like, why? Who? And it's been there for years. It's like it's this thriving enterprise in the middle of nowhere. I know. The Lion's Den. They call it too.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Camino Adelante.
Take Ted to the Lion's Den. All right, we are going to just stop here for a little pit stop.
In about 6.5 miles, turn right.
A little pit stop. It's been there forever, yeah. I don't.
Proceed to the route.
Very successful business, adult bookstore,
Proceed to the route.
video store, or whatever out here in the middle of nowhere.
Turn right onto Camino Adelante, then take the first right. Proceed to the route.
Okay, I hear you. All right, everybody. We are going to run to the store real quick. Be right back. 370. Be right back. Oh, Siri, give me a break. Be right back, guys.
Yeah, just real quick, I'll show you how beautiful this is right here. All right, let's get this train moving. The home stretch. This is a good view right here too. There's a screenshot coming for you guys. Beautiful view. Here we go. Back in the saddle again. How's the song go? Back in the saddle. I can't think of it. Just came to my mind a minute. It's a famous song. We're back in the saddle again. It's gonna be stuck in my head now. Coming up on the right, we do have the ostrich farm. Welcome in, Granny. We're about 34 minutes from Tucson. Now, once you get to Tucson, driving across the city can take some time, so it's another 20-30 minutes, but we just passed the ostrich farm. Breaking news in Montana. I used to live in Montana. What's going on? What is happening in Montana? A 100 vehicles on fire. What city? Missoula? Interesting. Is it Ian? I thought it was AIG. Why are we saying Ian? Ian? Ian, thank you.
long as it's not a forest fire. Hopefully it doesn't turn into like a forest fire. I've been in Montana when the area I was living, it caught a little fire. And it was, there was a big, for a little while there, it could have taken the whole valley out if the wind went differently. But when a fire goes up in these, mountain towns like Montana, it can be real scary. So I hope everyone's okay in Montana. All right, let's get back to the Brew Crew. I know a lot of people were waiting to finish this video about the scene possibly, being staged, that kind of thing. So here is Brew Crew. Hold on, I gotta fix it. All right, here we go.
Believe that they're dealing with somebody highly manipulative, highly dangerous, or someone who may react unpredictably if investigative pressure changes. Investigators sometimes intentionally withhold information because they are monitoring reactions, monitoring communication, monitoring digital movement and behavior. And people forget something very important. The public only sees a fraction of what an investigation is, just a tiny fraction. There could be entire forensic pathways, digital analysis projects, behavioral profiles, surveillance operations, and evidentiary developments happening right now that nobody publicly knows about. That's not conspiracy, it's reality. One thing that I want to caution everybody about today is the internet has become addicted to certainty. People want immediate answers, immediate suspects, and immediate conclusions. But real investigations do not work that way, especially complex investigations. And one thing that I've learned in law enforcement is this: sometimes the loudest theories end up being completely wrong. And sometimes the smallest overlooked detail becomes the entire case. That's why investigators have to remain disciplined. That's why I try to approach these conversations carefully on this channel. We can analyze behavior, and we can analyze evidence. We can analyze possibilities, but we cannot emotionally convict people without evidence. Because speculation without discipline destroys investigations, and it destroys innocent people. What matters is the truth, not entertainment. Truth. And as we head into another weekend, I keep coming back to the same thought. Somebody out there knows more than they're saying. Somebody recognizes behavior, and they recognize movement. Somebody recognizes fear. And eventually, pressure changes people. Conscience changes people. Relationships break down, and loyalty collapses. And silence cracks. That happens in investigations all the time, which is why these conversations matter. Keeping Nancy Guthrie's name visible, it matters. Keeping pressure alive matters, because this woman deserves justice, and her family deserves answers.
Amen.
And before I end this video today, I want to say something directly. You know, Nancy Guthrie is not just another headline. I say it all the time because I mean it. She is somebody's mother, somebody's grandmother, a human being who deserves safety inside her own home. And to the person responsible for this,
She deserves safety in her own home, and we deserve safety in our own communities in America. Where is the surveillance photo from the city? Why aren't there any surveillance? So you're telling me a suspect can come into our city, in our county, and not be detected? And then do something like this, and the city, the government has no recourse? So you're telling me somebody from another country, another state, could come in and not be detected at all on any sort of surveillance camera if you come to Pima County? Is this like a little dead zone where people can target because we don't have cameras? Obviously, the suspect, there's no camera footage that has been released by the public from the city or the county. The only footage we have, thank God, is for Nancy having that camera at her house. If Nancy didn't have that camera, we would have nothing. Absolutely nothing. Imagine if we didn't have what Nancy was able to provide for us with the camera. Even though it didn't have a subscription, we still got footage. It's a lot better than Nanos in the city, in the county, with their footage. You're telling me they don't have any footage from 2:30 to 3:30 in the morning in Tucson, Arizona? In Pima County, there's not one camera footage of a vehicle driving that you can release? That's sad. So you're telling me someone from another country can come in here and not even be detected? Or another state, another city, another neighborhood, and nobody will ever know that they came there. There's no cameras in the city that have picked up any, at least that we know of. We are entering the town of Marana now, everyone who wants to follow along. We are getting closer to Tucson, 28 miles from Tucson. And that's why, I mean, think about your city. Does your city have cameras everywhere like most cities? Have a good day, honey bee.
Yeah, Nogales, Mexico. Yeah, that's a cool city or town. You got Nogales, Mexico, Sonora, and then you got Nogales, Arizona. So there's two Nogales. Yeah, it was definitely good to get into San Diego and just see all the different green. Everything's so green and lush, but I just I like to see different areas and come back to Arizona and can see everything's very bare. We don't have a lot of that greenness, so it's cool to see. We are entering Oro Valley, so we're really close to where Nancy lives. Have a good day, Gail. Good night. It says it's 99 degrees out here right now. 99 degrees I have on my weather radar. That's what it says. Yep, 99. Seems hot for this time of year. We should still be in the golden best, the best weather. We shouldn't have it 90 yet because we know what's coming. So this is way too early. In my opinion, I don't know, the weather might tell you different, but I think we should still be a little bit cooler, so this 99 degrees is probably higher than normal at this time of the year. I can't go by Nancy's today, guys, sorry. It's not going to work after a 5-6 hour drive. Got to get home and kind of just be done driving in the car. But last day of May. But look at this thing coming up on the right, though. Look at this. Look at that thing. They're going to Mexico. Look at that. They come here and they load up their trucks full of items, usually at yard sales and like Goodwills and stuff, and then they drive these big trucks and then they pile them to the ceiling, as hard as they can go. That one was actually pretty mild. I've seen some that are and sometimes they'll like tow a car and a truck, and the whole truck will be filled. It'll be two of those just looking like that, and they pack it to as high as they can go, and they just hit the road. 111 again. Nice. So it is interesting to see those, and they actually are probably the best packers in the world. So I have no doubt that's a safe load. These people, literally, that's their job, is so make sure they can get all their stuff they bought to Mexico safely. So shout out to them, supporting their families. It's hard work, I bet. They got to come here in the air, Phoenix or Tucson, and then they have to go buy all this stuff, drive around to all this. A lot of them don't speak English, and then they have to drive it all the way back to Mexico without getting in, having any issues. So shout out to all of them. Entrepreneurs from Mexico. Oh yeah, to the city. Caught me with the hat off. have my hat on. There we go. We're finally off the freeways here in a minute, and we will be locked in to the city. So thank you guys for tuning in, keeping us company on the road. Went pretty quick. Went pretty fast. Thank you guys. Anybody helping out with the comments, answering each other's questions, hitting the like, of course, and then anyone that was able to help with the super chats, amazing, thank you. So we are in Tucson. We're going to be doing a little drive across the city. All right, almost to our exit.
Coming up on the left is the brand new casino. It hasn't even opened yet. You can see the Golden Dome, or the Copper Dome. It's just opening here. I'm not really doing that really well right now. There it is. There's the Copper Dome. Getting ready to open, I think, next year. Brand new casino right off the freeway here in Tucson. Welcome to Tucson, everybody. We made it to Tucson. And here's the rocks. Remember I was telling you about the rocks that they put in so people can't sleep? Look at all the rocks so people can't sleep underneath these this underpass. They put these big old rocks everywhere. Let's get moving. Man, my windshield has so many bugs on it. This thing was spotless. In Indiana, it's illegal to be homeless. Wow. That must be something new. I don't remember hearing about that.
coming up there on the right is the new dorms that are being built, the university dorms. University of Arizona Wildcat. We're on the campus right now, the main artery of Tucson, Speedway Boulevard. You see what's right? What's wrong with the thumbnail? What's wrong with the thumbnails? Oh, does it say Sandy? Okay, I'll fix that when I get home. I was in a hurry. Whoops. Thanks for the heads up on that deal. I made it as I was leaving the hotel. Whoops. Okay. Thank you for the heads up on that deal. No, I really appreciate it. I know how it happened because when I was typing it up, I put Tucson and I put San Diego, and for whatever reason, it connected San Diego to Arizona. I thought AI was smarter than that. I thought AI was supposed to be genius level stuff, but they do not understand that San Diego is not in Arizona. So I will fix that. Thank you on that. Had no idea. Attention to detail. That's what I'm trying to get better at. Attention to detail. Not my strong suit, but I'm trying to improve. All right, so I just got an email. It appears they are looking for a suspect tied to the officer involved shooting yesterday or last night. So I might do update later on that if I can find out more information about the suspect. Share that out. There was an officer involved shooting here in Pima County last night or early in the morning. Yeah, welcome in, Sunflower. Welcome back. Your name looks familiar. We're driving back from San Diego. I'm just back in Tucson after a 5.5-hour drive. what did IID have to say? Not too much. I think he talked about some fire, some cars on fire in Montana. All these bus stops are just filled with drug addicts doing whatever right at the bus stop. It's just sad to see. Yeah, so my dad actually did have a glass eye as well, and he drove all over town with one eye, no problems. Glass eye, he actually lost his eye in a freak accident at a college hockey game. He worked for the local Arizona Ice Cats here in Tucson, and he was the penalty judge. So he sat in the penalty box, and man, that is sad. Look at this. She does not look like she's even awake. Holy sadness. So he was working the penalty box, and a puck. They didn't have glass on the penalty box, which is kind of rare. I'll let you know if she has shoes on. And the puck, somebody, accidentally hit a puck into the penalty box, and it hit him right, bam, and they had to take his eye out. But he did live the rest of his life with one eye, perfectly fine, able to drive and everything. She did have shoes on, but she does look in pretty bad shape. Yeah, it was not. I just felt horrible. I went to so many hockey games growing up with him, and then to have that happen. I wasn't there the night it happened, but I'll tell you what, they put glass up on the penalty box after that, though. Because if you look at any hockey arena, there's glass all around it. Now, just imagine if they had glass all the way around it instead of the hockey, instead of the penalty box. So there was no glass, so it was nothing to protect from that happening. They immediately, as soon as it happened, they put glass up. crazy soul. That car. Yeah, it's got a weird back. Yeah, it looked like a hearse. That's what I was thinking too. That's a small hearse. It's like a smart car hearse. I don't know. I gotta find out what that shaking is back there. That's pretty annoying. It's a nice Lexus though. Lexus GX550 right there in front of us. A Lexus SUV. Well, everyone, we are hitting the end of the stream here. I really appreciate everyone hanging out with me today on our trip from San Diego back to Tucson, back to home. Thank you guys, all the people hitting the comments, the positivity, the compassion, the help, everybody answering each other's questions, just being there for the community. Thank you guys. Also, everybody who hit the like, we're over 640, so thank you, hitting the like. It was another interesting stream, as is, we're trying new things out. I hope you enjoyed it. Always trying to improve the channel, get better. But as I said, if you rewind to the beginning of the stream, try to give people a little bit of grace and compassion, and just pure understanding that everybody is going through their own thing. We're all in this together. Let's stay united. So thank you, everybody. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace and love. Have a good night.